When I was in university, I would take 7 courses every semester because I was doing a dual degree and I wanted to get it all done in 4 years. This meant a lot of semesters I was up to my neck and ears in homework and studying all the time. My university had a library that was open until midnight. I was also interning that semester, so I really had almost no time to do my work. I still lived on campus at this point, and my suite mates could be very loud and distracting sometimes. This was a Wednesday night. I had 4 classes that day and my internship. I also had 2 exams the following day, so right after I finished up at my internship, I went straight to the library. Our campus library was very big. When I got there at 8:30 p.m., there were still a decent number of people everywhere, but from 9 to 10 o'clock, it quieted down a lot, and I was planning on being there until 12 o'clock, studying for my 2 exams the next day. Around 10 o'clock, most people were gone, but there were still some around. I was sitting at one of the tables sandwiched between 2 bookshelves on either side, so it was a little more private and secluded where I was sitting, with fewer distractions. By 11 o'clock, some guy who looked to be in his upper 20s came into the section past one of the multiple empty tables and came to mine, where he sat down diagonally across from me at the table. I looked up, and he looked back at me and smiled as he was setting his books down. I looked back down and just tried to focus on my studying and not wonder too much why he decided to sit at my table. I was going through the slides to study on my laptop when the guy at my table said, "Excuse me," then asked me if I, by chance, was taking a specific economics course. I politely told him, "No, sorry," hoping that would be the end of it. But then he started explaining why he asked that, because his professor gives pop quizzes every day. I said, "Wow, that really sucks." Then I tried to go back to studying. Mentally, my mind wasn't completely into the material anymore. Now I was distracted by the presence of this man who I had a feeling was going to keep trying to talk to me. I looked up from my laptop screen and saw that man looking at me, smiling with his lips. I looked back down at my laptop, contemplating getting up and moving elsewhere or just leaving. He then asked my name. I made up a name and said, "Linda." He said, "You have such blue eyes, Linda." This was when I started to wonder if this man was really here to study or creep on women, and the fact that he looked like he was almost 30 didn't help. I asked him what the name of his economics professor was. He took a second, then said, "Professor Luis." I asked if he knew the first name. He shook his head, "No." I went straight to Web and looked up any professors with the last name Luis at our school. Only one came up, a calculus professor whose last reviews were left years ago. I decided to get up and go ask the security worker at the front door for help. As I got up, I felt the stare of that man at the table watching me walk over to the security worker and tell him that this man was creeping me out, and I don't think he's a student. The security worker walked back over with me and asked to see the man's student ID. He started looking through his wallet, then his pockets, and then he said he must have left it at his dorm. The security worker then asked what dorm building he's in. The guy was clearly lying because he didn't know what to say and eventually just said, "I honestly don't remember what it's called." The security worker walked him out of the library and came back and told me to just be careful while walking back to my dorm. I thanked him. The whole rest of the time at the library, my mind was so distracted just thinking about what a creep that guy was. I did my best to keep studying, and around 12, I knew it was time to wrap it up so I could get some sleep. I packed up and left through the same way the security guard escorted that man out. He wasn't standing there at that moment. I don't know where he went. I started walking through the basically deserted campus. No one walks around that late on a Monday to Wednesday night. That's why eventually, when I was nearing my dorm building and I heard at least one loud sound of a shoe hitting the concrete behind me, I turned around but saw no one there. I knew for a fact I heard a footstep, though. I started to run now, which may have been a mistake because the second I started to run, which was made more difficult because of my backpack, I heard running footsteps behind me. I turned and saw that man from the library sprinting towards me. I screamed at the top of my lungs, but only for a second before I was tackled to the ground and had a hand over my mouth. He kept threatening me, saying, "You better shut up or I'll kill you." I genuinely thought my life was about to end. I was trying to call out for help still, but it was muffled by his hand. He then got to his feet and started to drag me by the throat out of sight of the main walkways. I saw he was dragging me in the direction of the woods right by the dorms. I managed to remove his hand from my mouth for just long enough to scream again. It was enough to get the attention of these two guys who came running over, yelling, "Hey, stop," at my kidnapper. The man let go of me and started running off towards the woods. The two guys came over to me, and I'm sure they were asking me if I was okay and whatnot, but I blocked all noise out for a few moments as I was in total shock. I completely let my emotions out and started bawling my eyes out. The two guys called university police, and I did my best to keep myself together and explain. We went to the library to ask the security worker for his description of the man as well. It matched my description of the man. The police were also able to use the footage from the library cameras to get a clear picture of the man's face. The picture was sent out to all students' phones, emails, and the school website. That same night, there was an anonymous tip that the man was at a late-night dive bar down the road from the school. The police arrived at the bar and arrested him. The level of trauma this induced on me was incredible. I can't even imagine the trauma for those who weren't as lucky as me in situations like this. So this is way back in the 80s when we didn't have dashboard GPS or Google Maps or whatever to help us out on the road. All we had was our trusty old coffee-stained road maps to guide us on our way. But before you all start thinking that this is me reminiscing about happier, simpler times, don't get it twisted. I wouldn't turn back the clock for $1,000,000 because if I'd had GPS back when I was a young man, I mightn't have gotten into half the trouble I did while driving. I have two incidents to talk about today. The first one occurred south of the border down in Mexico. I was making the 40-mile drive from Morelia to Ciudad Hidalgo, and back in those days there were only two routes you could take. One was the National Road, which wasn't all that bad, but then there was the old National Road, which was, I'm pretty sure, designed by an actual sadist. It's a hilly highway known to the locals as Mil Cumbres, meaning 1,000 curves, and for good reason too. That thing is like riding a roller coaster in sections. And I've heard of other drivers getting actual motion sickness when they've attempted to traverse it. But ironically, as horrible as it is to drive, it has some of the best views of any drive you are ever likely to experience. If you take it real slow and careful, it can actually be quite pleasant. My grandpa in particular used to love driving up there. People said he was loco, and he probably kind of was, but he was right about Mil Cumbres. Sometimes the rewards really did outweigh the risks. So on this one particular day, me and my grandfather drive up on the Mil Cumbres, and we're just cruising while we watched the sun go down over Michoacan. When it was full dark, Grandpa decided to take one last run along the highway before we returned home. I'm looking out the window marveling at the stars in the sky. It's amazing how much clearer you can see the stars down there, and it was always one of my favorite things to do whenever I went to Mexico as a kid. I was just lost in how vast the universe seemed when suddenly Grandpa slams on the brakes of the car so hard I violently lurched forward in my seat. I thought we'd only narrowly avoided an accident or something, but when I looked onto the road ahead of us, there were no other cars to be seen. I asked my grandpa what's going on, thinking it might have been a false alarm or something, but he looked seriously freaked out as he starts backing up and turning us around. There's my giant, tough-as-nails abuelo, and he's terrified by something, so naturally, I start freaking out too. I turn in my seat as he turns the car, trying to get a glimpse of whatever he's obviously fleeing from, but still there's nothing in the road. Yet as we're speeding away, I see something move out of the trees at the side of the road. It was only a silhouette, but it was obvious it was a person, and they were carrying something long and heavy, something I only later realized was a gun. I found out years later that bandidos used to operate on those roads. They usually only targeted cargo trucks or the flashier cars of businessmen driving to and from Ciudad, Mexico. But when my abuelo saw those dudes just walking out of the trees towards us, he didn't want to take any chances. Definitely the scariest story from when I was a kid, but I think it was rooted in seeing how scared my abuelo was. On the other hand, I have a story from my 30s that happened when I was driving alone, and I didn't need any sense of childish wonder to get the complete life scared out of me. This isn't nearly as long as the Mexico story, but as you'll see, it doesn't need to be. I'm driving over to my parents' place in rural Illinois. This is a drive I've made countless times before, so I'm completely on autopilot. So when I catch a glimpse of a deer in my peripheral vision, I slam on the brakes trying to avoid plowing into this thing while doing 60. My heart is pounding while I'm just sitting there waiting for the thing to run out into the road, only nothing shows. Now, since the light in my car happened to be busted, I kept a small flashlight and a map on the passenger seat next to me. So, wondering where the deer disappeared to, I grab the flashlight and start shining it out into the trees at the side of the road. After a second, I see the deer's eyes reflecting some of my flashlight back at me, so I know it's still there, just staring at me. Only when I actually light the thing up, I see it's not a deer at all. It's just a deer's head, staked into the dirt, facing the road. I have never hit the gas so hard before in my entire life. I raced away from that thing like it was a nuclear bomb about to go off. I was burning rubber, man, and as hard and fast as I pushed that old truck, it still didn't feel fast enough. I don't know if it was just a case of some local hunters playing a pretty grisly prank or if it was something, I don't know, evil. But you can bet your butt I never drove that road on autopilot anymore, 'cause I didn't want to meet whoever cut that poor thing's head off. I've read an awful lot of spooky night driving stories that involve some kind of dumb urban legend, guys at the side of the highway with an axe and a fursuit or whatever, ghostly apparitions that are 3 me. While I'm quick to call out stories like that, I do have a scary night driving story of my own. Although this one doesn't include anything remotely supernatural, I'm willing to bet it was 100 times more terrifying than anything that does. I'm driving back one Sunday from my mom's place in upstate New York, headed back into Manhattan to get ready for the working week ahead. It had been an exhausting weekend as my family had been celebrating Eid together, and I was about ready to pass out by the time it came to drive back into the city. I thought I had everything down. I had my coffee, I cracked my driver's side window, everything they tell you to do when you're driving while tired, but still, one moment I'm driving, concentrating on whatever NPR show was on, and then the next minute, I wake up to pure terror. All I can hear is this deep rumbling, so hard and loud it feels like it's vibrating the entire car, and coming right at me at like 70 miles an hour is the freaking highway guard rail. I slammed my brakes on, heard all kinds of honking behind me, and from what I understand, I only narrowly avoided causing a major pileup. But more than just a pileup, if I'd have sped off the road doing 70 like that, there's absolutely no way I'd be around to write this today. Please, take my advice. Coffee and cool air just isn't enough sometimes. Sleep it off. Don't risk your life. Most of my family lives in a rural part of Central Florida, closer to the East Coast. Though my Uncle Ben was hosting Thanksgiving one year, his house sits on a huge lake with like 5 other houses, that's it. I don't want to give the name of the lake or the town because that would be doxing my uncle. Basically, it's not a fancy house and setup like you're picturing. Trust me, it's rustic but private and spacious. My uncle is a bit of a redneck, but he makes our holiday gatherings more fun. Him hosting Thanksgiving this year meant that he'd be going all out, making it like a party basically, with music, cornhole, coolers full of beers, and all that good stuff. We got to his house around 3 during the day. We all drank some beers, ate snacks like chips and dip, and played drinking games together, card games, cornhole, and even basketball with my cousin, though the basketball didn't last long with 3 beers and a bunch of chips in our stomachs. This all went on for a few hours, with music blasting. An unusual way of celebrating Thanksgiving, I know. Then, as it started getting darker around 5:30, Aunt Mel and Uncle Ben started bringing the food out to the table. They set the table up under the big gazebo. It was around sunset when everything was set up and we were all eating. The gazebo has lights, so when it got really dark, the lights turned on by 6 o'clock. It was basically pitch black out. My uncle's probably the only one alive who insists on doing Thanksgiving dinner outside, but we all enjoy it. It makes it more fun. The fun soon ended, though. My cousin suddenly pointed out past me to the woods, saying, "Dad, who's that?" Uncle Ben turned around and said, "Who the hell?" There was someone standing out in front of the woods like a statue, watching us eat. Uncle Ben stood up and started walking over to the guy standing by the woods, and then he yelled, "Can I help you with something?" I'd say he was about halfway to the woods when the guy turned around and ran into the woods. Uncle Ben turned around and laughed. He was definitely drunk by this point, finding humor in this. He said, "Must be one of the local nuts," as he came back to the table to sit. My Aunt Mel was not as amused, and I kind of agreed with her that it was creepy. My dad joked that between all the men here, there's nothing to worry about. The lightheartedness of this did not last, though. This time I spotted the guy. He was standing by the woods again, though closer to the lake this time. I pointed it out to everyone. My uncle got up, pissed off this time. He started marching over again, yelling and taunting the guy. His drunkenness was really starting to show now, just in the way he was confronting the trespasser. But then we noticed there was another guy in the woods on the complete opposite side of the yard, and when the one guy that Uncle Ben was approaching ran into the woods again, the other one stayed put. As Uncle Ben came back to the table, we said there's another one. So my cousin, myself, and my dad all got up now ready to help my uncle confront these people. And with that, the second guy ran into the woods. By this point, we decided it was time to clean up. We started all cleaning the table and bringing plates and food inside to the kitchen. When everything was cleared out of the gazebo, we all sat inside the living room. Uncle Ben left the lights on outside because I know he and Aunt Mel were on high alert with people running around their property being creeps. They didn't look like kids, that was the thing, and who would do this on Thanksgiving is the question. Our accepted theory was, at the time, that it was just some drunk older teens or young 20-year-olds with no family gatherings messing around being idiots. Eventually, I wanted to grab another beer, which was in the cooler outside still. As I got up, Uncle Ben and my dad both asked me to grab one too. So I went outside and walked over to the gazebo. I made it to the cooler, suddenly feeling really uneasy. The gazebo light was off now. I looked around, analyzing my surroundings. I grabbed as many beers as I could hold just so I wouldn't have to come back out here again. Then I started walking back to the house when I heard one of the chairs under the gazebo sliding on the concrete. I turned around, and there was someone under the gazebo walking around the table. He looked massively tall, like 6 feet 5 inches. I started yelling for Uncle Ben as I ran back to the house. He, along with my dad, came out, and I said, "There's a guy over there," and then as if someone else was responding to me saying that, there was a banging from the other side of the house, like someone was hitting the siding with their hand. Seeing my uncle and my dad genuinely frightened made me frightened too. We went inside, and Uncle Ben locked the door. We didn't know how many people were outside of the house, but we felt like the house was surrounded, and Aunt Mel started shutting every last curtain and blind in the house because we felt like we were being watched from the outside. Uncle Ben called the police, which was a first. It felt completely out of character for him to involve the police in anything. He was only on the phone with them for like 5 to 10 minutes, then we waited in the living room with clear tensions and unease in the room. There was this quick and sudden loud bang on the glass, followed by a window in the kitchen completely shattering. Aunt Mel yelled at Uncle Ben to go get the old rifle from the closet. He yelled back the thing hadn't been loaded in years. Luckily, the police response time was pretty good. A singular beep of the siren from the police car outside let us know he arrived. One of the people outside had thrown a brick through the window with a note attached to it saying, "Leave now you," which felt like a threat. His Trump flag was also missing the next day, which created the possibility of those people's motives being political. That's really the most realistic theory because unless my aunt's uncle and cousin are secretly the worst neighbors ever, I see no other reason why their house would be a target for something like this on Thanksgiving. Nonetheless, there really are some sickos out there. This happened multiple years back when I was around the age of 12. I was an only child, and back then, my family only had one car, which my dad would usually take to work each weekday. This meant any time my mom had to go somewhere while he was at work, she would either have to walk or hitchhike. Now, it should be mentioned that back then, hitchhiking was a lot more socially acceptable. Plus, at the time, we lived in a decently small town where, for the most part, everyone knew everyone. From what I can recall, this took place on a Thursday. My dad had dropped off my mom and me at the grocery store on his way to work. This, of course, meant we would have to find a ride back home. Though we'd done this many times before and never had any issues, only a couple of minutes into our walk back home, a driver pulled up next to us, willing to give us a ride. It was some guy in a white pickup truck who we had never seen before. He told us to get in the back, and we did. My mom started giving him directions to our home from the highway, but it honestly looked like the guy was just ignoring her. When we came to our exit, this was confirmed as he straight up drove right past it. The guy then went on to explain how he had to make a quick detour first. This was extremely unnerving, but after a while, we came up to a farm. The driver took out the keys, told us to wait in the car, and disappeared. My mom clearly didn't know what to do. I mean, we couldn't just leave. We were in an unfamiliar area in the middle of nowhere. A few minutes later, the driver came back, but now with a second guy. The guy looked at us and started flipping out, screaming at the driver. Now, I'm not sure if this is exactly what was said, but this is what I can remember. The guy screamed at the driver that he shouldn't have brought someone with a child and that there's no way anything can happen now. From what I recall, more things along those lines were said, but I can't remember exactly. The driver then got back in the truck and apologized to us. My mom sternly told the man to take us back to where he had picked us up. She technically hadn't given him our address yet and, for obvious reasons, now did not want that information known. The drive back was done in complete silence. Looking back, my mom and I both agreed that the purpose of that stop was not as innocent as a simple detour. We honestly see ourselves as lucky for making it out of that situation. We lived in that town for 5 years after that and never once saw those two guys again. A few years ago, when I was 18, I was coming home from watching the fireworks display on New Year's Eve. It was 3 a.m. when I reached my safe, family-friendly, nothing ever happens neighborhood. I'm from Sydney, Australia, and live in a posher and wealthier area. My friends wanted to call a taxi because we didn't want to wake our poor parents at this hour to drive us back home, but because of my stubbornness and insistence, we ended up taking the very long walk home. My friend Kieran was complaining most of the time. I guess I can't blame him. Bevis was just silent and compliant, and I was cheerful. When we reached almost my street, we split ways. The guys went on their very long walk home, which was way longer than mine, and I continued on mine. When I passed a little cake shop, I noticed a guy across the street. I only looked at him briefly, but something in the way he quickly looked up at me, almost with interest, caught my attention. I hurried on anyway because I'm usually paranoid about things, and 99% of the time, it's just me being paranoid. I turned onto my street, which was much darker than I had anticipated. This was about 3:15 a.m., mind you. As I passed the bowling club, I kept looking behind me just to make sure. It was getting quite cold and dark, so I started feeling creeped out, but there was no one behind me, no one anywhere as far as I could see. I was halfway down my street where the road dips down when I noticed something on the path in front of me. I couldn't tell what it was, and at the last minute, I stepped off the path onto the road to avoid it because it looked like it might be a dead animal. As I stepped onto the road, I turned slightly and saw that there was someone behind me. They weren't too close, but they weren't too far away either, and I remember my heart leaping into my throat because I hadn't seen them before, and for them to have gotten that close in that short space of time, something about it didn't sit well with me. When I told people about this later, they said that I should have been quite suspicious then. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, and you're quietly walking behind a girl, not even bothering to keep a safe distance. Like, if you're really innocent, you would take measures to emphasize that, right? I couldn't see who it was, nor could I tell if it was male or female because it was just a black figure to me. It was a very brief glimpse. I was scared, though, so I whipped out my phone and started to call Kieran. I kept calling him, but silly Vodafone couldn't connect to him. So I tried to call Bevis, but he wouldn't pick up. I kept this up at least 5 times, getting increasingly anxious but daring not to look behind me to see if he was still there. I'm glad I didn't actually. I think I would have really freaked out if I had confirmed it. By that time, I'd reached my driveway, and I hurried up it thinking I was safe. But as I was halfway up, I looked over my shoulder again, just really quickly, and I saw the figure there again. The way I explain this next bit is going to be hard because I was really confused and muddled. On one hand, it may have looked like he was merely passing my driveway, but on the other hand, I am much more certain that it looked like he was just about to step onto the driveway as if to walk up. At that precise moment that I thought that, it occurred to me that he might be my brother Hubert because no one else would bother walking up my driveway. Even if some guy was following me, it never occurred to me that he would really go to the lengths of going up my driveway as well. I thought I was completely safe because I had the advantage of having my house close by when he started following me. However, something about the build of this figure didn't seem like Hubert to me, so I hurried on anyway. My beautiful, wonderful, amazing mother had stayed up to wait for me, and I'm so glad because she opened the door for me as soon as I knocked. I hate to imagine what would have happened if I'd had to wait for a while. I went inside, but I left the second door open and the outside light on because I thought Hubert might be coming in any second now. But Mom was like, "You can turn them off. Your brother came back 2 hours ago." I did get a little bit creeped out, but I just dismissed the thought because we are so quick to always think we're safe. I closed the door, shut off the light, and went to get a drink of water, and Mom went to bed. I went to my room to grab my clothes and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. I switched off the living room lights. This is sort of funny now that I think about it. Before I took a shower, I replied back to a message from Kieran, who was asking if I was home safe yet. I demanded to know why he hadn't picked up his phone and then told him I was creeped out for a few minutes, but I was okay now. As I showered, I actually thought about that figure. I wasn't too convinced that it was following me, but my mind did teeter into wondering this or that. In any case, I remember thinking that it was okay because I was safe now. Near the end of my shower, I heard something at the window. It didn't sound like the usual creaking or bumping of an old house. The way I described it to other people was like the sound of someone resting their hands against the window to steady themselves. It sounded really unnatural. I know because it caught my attention straight away, and I immediately jumped to the possibility that there might be someone outside. I know that only a really strange sound would make me do what I did next, which was to turn off the water and crouch under the window, hiding and waiting. I waited for quite some time, too scared to move for a few minutes, but there was nothing. So I gingerly crawled out, still too scared to stand up properly, and I switched off the bathroom lights. But then it was impossible for me to dry myself and dress myself, so I turned on the heater light, which is much smaller and dimmer. As I did that, I noticed that there was a very small blue light there that certainly didn't belong there. The way I can describe it now, it was almost like a keypad of a phone lit up. I was scared, but I switched off the heater light as well and backed into the corner, my towel wrapped around me, and I waited. It seemed like a long time that I waited, too scared to unlock the door and move because I knew it would make a lot of noise. As I waited in the pitch darkness, several blue lights came on outside the window. A few became very bright, and they were moving, trying to shine through the window. Now that I think about it, it had to be a phone, but I'm not sure because there were a few lights. But that did it for me because I practically bolted for my mom. I unlocked the door and went into my parents' room, trembling like a leaf and gibbering that there was someone outside the bathroom window. I was clearly very upset, so Mom ushered me around, trying to find a safe room for me to change into. Dad apparently heard the footsteps hurrying back down the driveway, and I'm glad he did because the situation feels so surreal to me now that I'm not even sure if it really happened. Maybe I imagined it all, but this is confirmation that it wasn't just my imagination. I was so shaky, and I slid into bed and couldn't sleep until morning. Even when it was morning, I was terrified, especially when I heard Dad leave the house and go into the backyard. That was the lesson I learned. I'm never walking home again at night. I'm even a bit worried during the daytime now. We never did find out who it was. People wonder if it was the same person I passed earlier, but for some reason, I didn't think so. My brother doesn't think so either. This experience was short and to the point. I was a very young child in Catholic private school. I was in the 4th grade. Our school would routinely practice lockdown drills. I think once every couple of weeks we'd have one. All of us in the class were always excited for them for some reason. As kids, we just found it to be fun. It's all a joke when you're that young. Half the kids don't even realize what you're practicing for, and the other half who do don't ever expect a real lockdown to happen. One day it did, though. Over the intercom came a voice from the front office saying, "We're going into lockdown. This is not a drill." I remember some kids still laughed at the announcement as if it were cool to hear that we're going into lockdown. No one could have prepared for what came next, as our teacher seemed concerned and rushed to shut the door and the lights and yelled at us to get in the corner. I think that's when everyone realized this wasn't just a regular lockdown drill, something serious was going on. We all huddled in the corner of the room. Each door had a narrow glass window which could be looked through. Suddenly, the silence was broken by crazed screaming from the halls, one lone male's voice. It was just incoherent screaming. The man was chanting something. Screams got closer, and I remember how scared we all started to get. The screams got closer until they were right outside our classroom door. Then bangs on the door made a bunch of us scream and cry. The man on the other side of the door screamed, "Your God is dead. Jesus didn't die for your sins. You're all gonna burn." Our teacher tried his best to calm us down as the screams intensified, and the man started to yell, "I hear you in there. I see you. Open up the door." The man screamed words I didn't understand at the time, but I believe looking back he was screaming Islamic phrases and shaming our religion. I was too young to put it all together immediately. The bangs on our door stopped, and the screams continued further down the hall. Away from the door, but they could still be heard. The crazed man continued through the halls. The man's screams were overpowered eventually by the yells of other men. There was a huge commotion in the halls during what I presume to be the moment he was taken down by police or security. We had to stay in the lockdown position for a long time even after this. After a while, the lockdown was over, and the school day was cut short. Parents were called to pick up their children. Luckily, my mom didn't work, so she was able to come pick me up right away. It was a bit of a scarring experience. We were all so young that we didn't even understand the gravity and freakishness of the situation. I'm just glad no one got hurt. Nowadays, I don't camp nearly as much as I used to. I'm 24, and ever since I was young, I've been into hiking. Now, I get hiking isn't all that appealing to most people, but because of where I live, it's pretty easy to get into. You don't have to travel all that far for a pretty stunning scenic view. I try to find a new trail to hike every weekend. Typically, I'll hike alone, so I always keep a knife in my backpack for protection against wildlife. Should it ever come to that, though, in all my years of hiking, I've never once had to actually use it. In fact, I've never run into any dangerous situation while hiking. Well, at least up until a few days ago. I was driving to a heavily forested hiking trail I'd never been to before. Now, I hike in the afternoon, and this happened around the time of year where the days were starting to get shorter. In other words, the sun was setting earlier and earlier each day. This was a key detail that I had completely forgotten about prior to leaving. Only after I started driving to the place did I realize it would be completely dark outside before I would even be able to finish my hike. A decision I still regret making is deciding to do the hike anyway. I got a bad feeling about it right when I started. Fast forward a few hours, and I was now about 85% finished with the route I picked out. By this point, it was almost completely dark. I had a flashlight, but still, the whole scene was pretty eerie. This portion of the trail was deep in the forest. It was so dense with trees that the moonlight could barely even find its way through. Don't get me wrong, it was beautiful scenery in the day, but alone at night, it was nothing short of disturbing. It was then that I was really starting to regret my decision to carry out the hike. That's when I saw light up ahead on the trail. As soon as I shined my flashlight in its direction, it immediately got turned off. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't exactly turn back, so I was pretty much forced to go directly towards where it had been. In the back of my mind, I knew the chances of it being another hiker in the dark were slim to none. Eventually, I reached where the light came from. There was no one. Instead, there was a large duffel bag lying on the ground. I began scanning the trees with my flashlight. That's when a large, probably 6.5-foot man stepped out from behind one of the trees. My body completely froze up. There I stood, like a deer in headlights, shining my light on the guy. He then slowly revealed a machete from behind his back. Seeing this, I started running for my life down the trail and in the direction of my car. I looked behind me, and the guy was chasing me. I dropped my backpack so I could run faster. When I finally reached a clearing in the forest and could see my car, I was still sprinting. I grabbed my keys from my pocket and unlocked it. I got inside, locked the doors, and had the engine on in less than 5 seconds. However, the guy was still behind me and was able to completely slash one of my back tires before I could drive off. I drove on an almost completely flat tire for the next 5 miles back to my house. Right as I pulled into my driveway, I called the police and reported the man. Although I have no idea if he was found, quite frankly, I have no idea if the police even searched for him. A part of me wants to go back to retrieve my backpack, which contains hundreds of dollars in equipment, but there's no way I can bring myself to do it. Plus, there's no guarantee it's still even there. For all I know, the guy went back and took it. I still don't know what I stumbled upon that night. This was by far the scariest experience I've ever had and the closest I've ever felt to death. I've owned and lived in the same house for 8 years. It's a normal family-sized home, which was relevant when I had roommates. But when they moved out and it just became me living here, I had nothing to do with the extra space. It was technically a 4-bedroom house, but I only used 2 of the bedrooms. One is my main bedroom and one is the game room. The other 2 rooms were on the far end of the upstairs hallway. One had a few storage boxes in it, and the other was completely empty. After getting out of work at 9 o'clock, I picked up Wendy's on the way home and pretty much went right to the game room. I was off tomorrow, so what better to do than game all night? I put my headphones on and loaded up COD, but before I had time to even load into a match, I thought I heard something that sounded like a knock at the front door. I took my headset off and listened, but not hearing anything and figuring they would have knocked again if there was someone there, I went back to my game. Probably a whole 2 hours went by, and then I heard it again. It sounded like either a knock or a door closing or something like that, but with my headphones on and with my room door closed, it was way too quiet for me to tell. I got up and opened the door, looking out into the hallway and waiting for that sound to come again. After a minute, though, I went downstairs and looked out the front door. Nobody was outside my house, and everything seemed normal. Having been hearing these sounds, though, I obviously made sure the door was locked before going back upstairs. To be a bit more cautious, I left my room door open this time, so if it happened again, maybe I'd hear it better. I put my headset back on and continued gaming. I played through a whole round, so like 20-ish minutes. As the game ended and I leaned back in my chair, a figure rushed past the open doorway, just off to the side of my view. I immediately threw my headphones off and jumped from my chair, horrified and unsure what to do. I just stared at the doorway. I didn't get the courage to finally move for several minutes. When I looked into the hallway, though, and eventually the rest of the house, nobody was there, but the front door was unlocked again. When police came and investigated, it was clear that the person had been hiding and very likely living in the empty room. I hadn't been in there for weeks or maybe even months, so all this time they could have been just on the other side of the wall from me, and I had no idea. It's really scary to think about, especially if I'd happened to confront him. There's no saying what he would have done. One night, my girlfriend Meadow and I decided it would be fun to go bowling. We drove to the closest bowling alley and went through the whole process of renting shoes, finding balls, and picking a lane. We both were really bad, neither of us had been bowling in many years. We paid for an hour of bowling. Meadow wasn't really enjoying it too much because she kept getting gutter balls. I was doing better than her, but not by much, so I wasn't really able to help her out much. And then, to make matters even worse, Meadow's ex-boyfriend arrived with his group of friends and started bowling a few lanes down from us. Meadow looked away, refusing to even look in that direction, whispering at me that we need to leave now. We packed it up early and left. She went to the car and waited while I returned the shoes. I think her ex spotted me while I was at the front counter, and I looked away. I didn't tell Meadow this, though. We went home and agreed to play Wii bowling instead and have some wine. That sounded much more fun anyway. When we got home, the first thing I did was turn on the Wii and open a bottle of wine. The bowling alley trip was a failure, but I didn't want Meadow to be unhappy. We played Wii bowling for like half an hour with music on in the background and drinking wine. It turned out to be much more fun than the bowling alley, until the current song that was playing ended and we heard something come from upstairs. In that brief moment of silence, Meadow and I looked at each other, telling me she heard it too. I turned off the music for good, but now there was just silence. The sound we heard could best be described as a heavy object being dropped on the floor. I went upstairs to investigate. I checked every bedroom with the lights on. I checked under every bed. I was relieved to find nothing. I wasn't actually expecting to find someone in the house, but naturally, you do need to go investigate if you hear a suspicious sound in your house. Still, I wondered what actually made the sound because I didn't find anything on the floor. After maybe another half an hour of playing Wii bowling, we brought our little wine party upstairs to the bedroom and eventually felt as a lightweight, so she got much drunker than me, which explains why I was the one to wake up in the middle of the night and not her. I heard what woke me up, though. It was another clear and distinct sound of something heavy being dropped from above. But the only thing is, now we were upstairs, and yet the sound still came from above. What else would be above us? The attic. The attic door is right outside my bedroom door. It's one of those doors with the string that you pull down, and a metal ladder comes down. I tiptoed out of the bedroom to not wake up Meadow. I stood under the attic door and listened. Every 5 seconds or so, I heard the slightest creaking sound, like from the weight of something moving around. I didn't want to scare Meadow, but I'd heard of animals getting into people's attics sometimes. I went to get a broom from the closet to use as a possible weapon if I were to have to fend off an animal. Then I quietly pulled the attic door open and climbed up. I stopped at the top of the ladder in the darkness and listened. I heard creaking. It was the creaking of the wooden rocking chair we had up there. I used my phone as a light to reveal the rocking chair. There was someone sitting in it, slowly rocking. I nearly fell off the ladder. I wanted to go run back to Meadow and hide. I wanted to do anything but approach this person, but I gathered the courage to yell, "Who are you?" The rocking stopped, and the man turned around to look at me. He started making this animalistic gargling growling sound. Then he got up, and that's when I hurried down the ladder and pushed the attic door up. I screamed for Meadow to call the cops until I heard her acknowledge me. I stayed under the attic door, preventing it from being opened as the man in the attic tried kicking the door open. He eventually stopped, and I heard the deranged laughter of a sick, mentally ill person. He spoke in another language. It sounded Russian. I felt like my arms were going to fall off holding up the attic door, waiting for the police. When they finally arrived, Meadow went downstairs to let them in. From here, it was the job of the police officers to go up there and remove the man. Meadow and I waited in the living room, sitting on the couch next to each other, until we saw them bringing the man out through the living room to the front door in handcuffs. The way the man looked at me said everything. He was a dangerous, mentally ill person. His stare was full of hatred and craziness, with the hint of confusion. His lip contorted in this bizarre way that would almost make you think he were drunk. Whatever happened with him, we don't know. We didn't press civil charges, but I'm sure he was charged criminally if they didn't deem him to be insane. This happened in the summertime when we keep the windows open, and so it was most likely that he squeezed through one of the windows in the backyard. I'm not sure why he picked our house. We may just have been the unlucky house he stumbled across. The story isn't actually my own experience. It happened to my older brother and sister. I do have a bit of context to give so the whole thing will make sense, so please bear with me. My family and I grew up in Southeast Alaska. The area we used to live in was primarily a fishing and tourist town that was settled in between some mountains and a channel that led out to the sea. During the summer months, loads of tourists would flock to the town we lived in to see the beautiful mountains and the glacier that our town was known for. The only two ways to really get to the area were by taking a ferry or flying in on a plane because you couldn't really drive through the mountains. There were also several smaller towns and settlements scattered through the mountain range nearby, mostly made up of little cabins and old houses. These were almost exclusively populated by elderly folks who had bought property in the areas for when they wanted to go on fishing trips, and my grandparents were among them. At the time, my grandpa owned several small bush planes that he would use to fly people between these tiny towns as a small business. He also used a blue shack in one of these towns that me and my siblings still to this day affectionately refer to as the Blue Cabin because it was painted a shade of peeling baby blue. My grandpa and grandma had owned the cabin for years before I was born, and they often took us out to it for a week or two during the summers when I was a kid. This is where the story takes place. It had been several years since me and my siblings had gone on a trip to the cabin because of some personal problems my mom had been having with her dad. A couple of years before the story took place, I can't exactly remember why, my mom had been out of town for a long trip, and during her absence, my grandpa had offered to fly us out to the cabin for a weekend. Me, my dad, and my two older siblings all leapt at the opportunity to revisit such a nostalgic place. So, after packing some basics, cue a montage of all of us meeting at the airport, the 2-hour flight in a cramped bush plane that I remember being much bigger, and quickly finding ourselves riding through the tiny town we would be staying in my grandpa's dinky old truck headed for the Blue Cabin. We got ourselves nice and settled with the ridiculous amount of spiders that would be sharing the cabin with us for the next couple of days, and my grandpa left us to enjoy our weekend. Now, I can't quite remember what me and my dad were doing, probably walking on the beach, when my brother and sister had decided to take one of the 2 four-wheelers my grandpa kept at the cabin for a ride through one of the trails in the forest surrounding the town. It was around sundown, and at some point, while they were re-exploring the dirt trails that we used to drive down as kids, they spotted an old house through the trees. Now, this wasn't super uncommon for this tiny town because most of the houses or cabins were old as balls and were also unoccupied all year round, save for a couple of months in the summer when the owners came to fish. This house, however, looked absolutely decrepit. It had a metric ton of moss and dead leaves everywhere, and it looked like it had been abandoned for at least 20 years. Seeing as I wasn't there, I have no idea what the thought process was exactly, but they ended up driving the four-wheeler down the incredibly narrow driveway that connected the house to the main trail and then parked it before making their way to the shabby building. They walked around the perimeter looking for a way inside for a bit. The only way in turned out to be the front door, which was locked, so they ended up kicking it in. According to them, they figured it had been abandoned for such a long time that no one would care. My brother kicked in the door so hard that the deadbolt broke right off, which I suspect was only so easy because of its age and poor upkeep. They stepped inside to find a dusty, weathered kitchen. They described it as having looked as if people had left intending to come back but seemingly never did. There were cans of beans out on the counter, some of them open and buzzing with flies. There was a pot of old, nasty water sitting on the stove, and there was also a collection of very niche holiday mugs on a shelf, the kind someone's grandma might keep. As they walked through the kitchen, they kept hearing this brief chirping noise from somewhere upstairs. They figured it was one of two things, either a bird or an aggravated squirrel upset that someone was intruding on its territory, or some type of alarm. They were rather skeptical of the latter option because the house had been abandoned for years with no power or water, and anything powered by battery was probably long dead. They didn't think too much of it, though, and they just kept wandering deeper into the house. Past the kitchen was a living room with an old pump piano, some musty furniture, and on a wall beside that was a staircase that led upstairs. There were some old bookshelves as well, full of books about how to build your own nuclear bunkers. They kept periodically hearing that quiet chirping from somewhere above them, but they just kept ignoring it. My brother had taken one of the old books and was flipping through it, describing the contents to my sister, who had walked over to the old piano and had begun absent-mindedly pressing on the keys. As soon as she pressed the second key, suddenly the chirping from upstairs sounded again, but this time it was louder and lasted a bit longer. The best way my sister said she could describe it was that it sounded like a high-pitched, piercing, metallic garbling sound that lasted no more than about 2.5 seconds. My brother and sister froze in place, bricks. They had no idea what was upstairs that had just made that noise, but it had freaked them out bad enough that they just looked at each other thinking, "We need to run." They both immediately started booking it out of the house to the four-wheeler. Apparently, my brother was so scared that he didn't even bother turning it around to face the road. He just drove it backwards until they pulled all the way out of the driveway. In his haste to run away, my brother hadn't even bothered to reshelve the book. He had just had it in his hand the whole time he was running away. They talked about what they thought the noise could have been once they got back to the cabin, and my brother was convinced that it was a ghost that he had angered by taking the book off the shelf. He thought that meant he had to return it, but since it was already really dark out, they decided to just do it the next day. My sister was unconvinced that it was supernatural, but she was curious about what had made the noise, so she agreed to go again the next morning. They had told me about the house and the sound, and they brought me along this time. We carefully retraced their route through the house, occasionally hearing the same quiet chirps from upstairs. When we managed the nerve to go up, we discovered it was an old smoke detector that had been running on low batteries for probably 2 decades and was having weird technical malfunctions, hence the metallic garbling from the day before. We had a good laugh about it, but we kept exploring. We ended up finding some other cool things upstairs, more books, letters, and a check to someone for $2,000. We honestly debated if we could cash it, but it was already addressed to someone. Unfortunately, we learned from some old letters that we had found in the desk drawers in the master bedroom that the house was owned by an elderly couple. If I'm remembering correctly, the husband had served in the military when he was a bit younger, and he was a survivalist nut, hence the books on nuclear bunkers. They had a son who had been expecting a baby on the way, but right before it was due, The man who owned the house was diagnosed with cancer and had to be moved to a place with a proper hospital. His wife went to live with her son for a while her husband was in recovery, and I guess they just never came back. I don't know what ever happened to him, but the fact that he never came back isn't amazing. I hope he got the medical treatment that he needed and that he got to pass peacefully of old age. Anyway, I know the story might not be terrifying, but it certainly scared the crap out of me and my siblings when they heard the smoke detector. As much as it was fun exploring that abandoned house, we were kind of young and stupid, and I don't recommend people do that kind of thing. If you can't be convinced not to, then wear a face mask to protect yourself from spores or asbestos, and always bring something to defend yourself with in case squatters are living in the abandoned buildings. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this story and stay safe, everyone. Until I was about 25, I lived in a beach town. My specific neighborhood was about a 20-minute walk from the beach. I'd say about 80% of my personality was beach-related. I've been surfing longer than I've been able to speak, and it would be an anomaly for me to shake out a pair of shoes and not have some amount of sand fall out. My two best friends, let's call them Tom and David, were extroverted, outgoing, and charismatic. We were all 18 and very much obsessed with girls. It was a Saturday night in late May, just a few weeks before school let out. Senioritis had long since set in, and at this point, my friends and I regularly pushed the limits of how much we could get away with without getting in trouble. We already had our college acceptances, so we didn't really care much about high school anymore. Tom and I had plans to meet up with two girls from our high school that we'd been getting along with really well. The plan was to pick the two of them up in the evening and enjoy a cool, breezy night on the beach. We had blankets and a few bottles of wine, the perfect combination for stargazing on the beach. I don't condone drinking and driving in any capacity, but I was just a stupid kid. I arrived at Lisa's house just after 9 o'clock. Her and Victoria sort of danced to the car. It was clear that they had a little something to drink beforehand. Tom night. I took a scenic route to a scenic beach. It was about a 30-minute drive. The whole time, the four of us were having a great time in the car, cracking jokes and talking about some mutual friends. At one point, Victoria and I were having a very deep philosophical conversation about the nature of time and death and such. We were all very much enjoying each other's company. The specific beach I had chosen had a dirt path that you could drive a car up. From there was a more narrow sand path that we would walk. The path was actually pretty steep, but I had picked it because we were less likely to encounter any other people at such a secluded spot. Furthermore, this beach was further away from the main boardwalk, so the sky would be clearer for stargazing. I thought of everything. I parked my car as far up the dirt road as possible, and the four of us hopped out. Tom and I carried the blankets and wine. I'll fast forward through the boring stuff. After a few hours and an empty bottle, Tom and I found ourselves separating. He and Victoria walked up the beach, and Lisa and I walked in the opposite direction. After being separated by a decent amount of distance and darkness, I threw my blanket down, and we drunkenly fell asleep on top of it. Before anything happened, Lisa tensed up. At first, I thought it was something that I had done, but then she whispered something. "Do you hear that?" I focused my attention and strained my ears, trying to hear something other than the gentle crashing of ocean waves. I assumed she was just drunk, but then to my surprise, I did hear something. It sounded almost like a whirring, like the sound a small engine would make. The sound seemed to be moving around. I couldn't pin down where it was even coming from, then it seemed to fade away into nothingness. "It's nothing," I assured her, eager to resume what we had been doing, and that's what we did. Soon after, I fished my shirt from the sand and shook it out before throwing it over my head. Just then, Lisa, who was still lying on the blanket, shrieked. I whipped around to look at her and saw she was pointing up at something. I looked up but couldn't see anything besides the blackness of the sky. I sat down next to her to get a better angle, and I was horrified. From her point of view, the moon was perfectly aligned with what appeared to be a drone floating directly overhead. It hovered a little while longer before zipping up into the dark sky and disappearing out of sight. It all made sense. That noise that we had heard before was 100% the drone. I got angry at myself for not realizing at the time. I then got sick at the thought of being watched that entire time. I glanced over at Lisa and could tell she had the same exact feeling. She put her head in her hands and started crying. I consoled her as best I could before suggesting we walk back to the car. The two of us made it to the car to find Tom and Victoria already there. I quickly explained the situation. The two of them were dumbfounded, and I could feel the joy in the air literally being sucked out. I began driving in silence in the direction of Lisa's house, eventually trying to lighten the mood with some conversation. It didn't work, though. The girls agreed that they didn't feel safe going home just yet. It was a Saturday night, so I didn't mind staying out late. I asked if we could hang out at either of their houses. They both shook their heads, saying their parents wouldn't allow it. My house was off the table for the same reason, as was Tom's. I decided to ask Tom to call up David, which he did. David's house was massive, and his parents were super chill. It was honestly the perfect spot. To our delight, David was free. I pulled into David's driveway and parked the car. Tom and the two girls began making their way towards David's front door, and I told them I'd catch up to them in a second. I needed a second to think about everything that had just happened. I was more shaken up than I was letting on, so I leaned my forehead against the steering wheel and closed my eyes in an attempt to calm down a bit. Honestly, those few seconds with my eyes closed really helped. Instinctively, I pulled out my phone, which I hadn't even touched since the incident. The screen lit up, and I stared at the single notification that sat on the display. I had to blink a few times to make sure I wasn't imagining it. My entire body froze as I stared in horror at the lone notification, AirTag found moving with you. Every emotion that I had just expelled from my body came crashing back. We were literally being tracked. I snapped out of my paralysis and jumped out of the car, examining every inch of the vehicle. Nothing on the front bumper, nothing in the grille, and nothing on the back. I started getting desperate, checking the seats and flipping floor mats. Still nothing. By now, sweat was pouring down my neck, and I could feel the hairs on my arms and legs clamping up. I got on my hands and knees and began examining the underside of my car. I got to the tire on the driver's side and began feeling around the tire well, and there it was. It was literally taped to the underside of the well, impossible to find if you didn't know what you were looking for. I held the tag in my hand for a few seconds before throwing it to the ground and smashing it to pieces. Whoever had watched us on the beach with that drone knew where we were. I didn't feel safe in David's driveway all alone. I picked up one of the broken AirTag pieces and ran over to David's front door. I told everyone what I had discovered, showing them the AirTag pieces to prove it. They were even more horrified than I was, especially the girls. They checked their phones and saw the same notification. David was particularly pissed off because we had been potentially tracked back to his house. After the panic subsided, we spent the rest of the night in David's basement and ended up sleeping over. A couple of weeks passed, and nothing happened. Honestly, my friends and I were glad to forget about the whole thing, assuming it was entirely in the past. The only way we could rationalize it was that some creep wanted to watch some young adults hook up on the beach and track their car to scare them. It was chilling to think about, but we were relieved that the situation hadn't escalated. One Sunday morning, about 3 weeks after the incident, I got a call from David. He screamed through the phone for me to drive to his house as soon as possible, which I did. When I got there, he was standing in his driveway with a concerned look on his face and some papers in his hand. I was confused until I realized what he was holding. They weren't papers, but rather pictures. I examined them more closely. They were pictures of me from that night on the beach. They were grainy and dimly lit, but you could clearly see Lisa and me in revealing fashion. I was disgusted. I could only imagine how Lisa would feel upon finding out. Not knowing what to do, we called the police and explained the situation. They told us that there was essentially nothing they could do, but we insisted that they at least scan the photos for prints. They eventually got back to us, saying the photos turned up nothing. Lisa was terrified that whoever sent them would try and blackmail her, and I feared the same. The experience was downright traumatizing. Luckily, nothing ever happened after that, probably because we had gotten the police involved. Lisa was never quite the same around me after what happened, and I can't blame her. I can only hope those pictures don't turn up later in my life. I used to deliver for Uber Eats. I was having trouble paying off my student loans, so I was hustling to make whatever cash I could. I still lived with my parents at the time. It was late at night, and I was picking up an order from some fast food place in Wilmington, North Carolina, and delivering to a house about 20 minutes away. I often did late-night deliveries in Uber rides because the pay was higher, and I could bang out more deliveries and rides without traffic. I was already en route to the address, leaving the more populated residential area of Wilmington and heading in the direction of the quieter part with all the forest and farms. Most of the roads over there were pitch black and devoid of any other cars at that late hour of the night. I turned off the main road onto a side road with a dead-end sign. This was the road the directions were taking me where the address was. I was brought to the last house on this road. The lights to almost every little house on the stretch were off. It was just pitch black, even the house that I was supposed to be delivering the food to. I had to keep my car headlights on just to see and so I wouldn't trip on anything. I was also using my flashlight on my phone to navigate my way to the porch of this house. I'm not lying when I say there was not a single light on. I even felt the overgrown grass rubbing on my shins as I walked to the front door. This didn't feel right. I pressed the doorbell button but didn't hear a ring, so I knocked. The customer had their delivery preference set to contact delivery, which means I'd have to actually physically hand it off to him or her. I messaged the customer that I was at the front door and asked him if he could confirm the address. He read it right away and responded, "Give me a second." I replied, "Okay." He read it. I waited in the dark, looking at the windows of the house, waiting for a light inside to turn on. I was thinking there's no way this is the right house. I followed up again, asking him if he could type out his address. He started typing. It took a while before he sent a message saying, "I see you. You're at the right house." The next thing I realized was that there were no cars anywhere. This was making no sense. I asked the customer to confirm what kind of car he sees outside. He replied that he sees my light. Well, that pretty much confirmed that I was at the correct address, but it didn't make this any less sketchy. I started to just inch away from the door of the house, just because I didn't want to be on top of it as they opened the door, but the door never opened. No matter how many times I messaged the customer on the Uber Eats app, I was starting to suspect this was some kind of scam to get free food. Then I heard a voice come from outside in the darkness surrounding me. It was a male's voice calling, "Over here." I started to wave my flashlight all over the place, trying to reveal whoever just said that. I said out loud, "I'm leaving the food on the front porch over here." I didn't know who I was talking to, nor could I see them. I was terrified I was about to be attacked, so I walked back to my car, not trying to draw attention by running. When I got to my car, I heard this distinct air leaking sound that I could immediately recognize as the sound of air leaking from a slashed tire. I took a look and saw that both the tires on the left side of the car were slashed and leaking air. I could only assume in the moment that the two tires on the right side had also been slashed. I got into the car and locked the doors. First thing, all 4 tires showed low tire pressure warnings on the dash. Panic started to set in. I was deciding on whether to call the police and wait in the car or make a run for it into the dark to a nearby house. I was about to pick the second option. I turned off the headlights on my car and was about to get out of the car, but I noticed someone standing outside my window. I screamed my soul out, and then I realized that there were at least 4 people standing outside of my car, one at every window. They all had on masks covering their faces. I was surrounded. One of them yelled at me to get out of the car now. I didn't know if one of them had a gun or not, and I knew that if they did, by the time I turned on the car and attempt to drive away with 4 flats, I'd have been shot dead already. I yelled through the window asking if they were just looking to rob me, and one of them said if I gave them everything on me, they'd let me go. I agreed to do so and unlocked the door. The second I did, the guy outside my door opened it and forcefully pulled me out. At this point, I was beaten and kicked by at least 3 of the guys. They grabbed everything off of me, my smartwatch, my shoes, my wallet, my phone, and even some things out of my glove compartment in my car. I was left on the ground as however many men there actually were ran away into the darkness, and I was alone that I blacked out from here, and the next thing I remember is waking up, probably half an hour later, still lying on the grass next to my car. They'd stolen even my keys. I managed to get up and navigate myself to the nearest source of light I could find in the distance, which was a small house all the way up the street closer to the main road. I rang the bell a few times until someone answered through the closed door. I said I'd been injured and robbed and needed to use a phone. Luckily, the woman was willing to help and allowed me to use a phone to call the police and then to call roadside assistance to have my car towed. Lastly, I called my dad. After the police showed up, I was taken back to my car, and they did a short investigation and took as much information as I could give them. After my car was towed away, my dad came to pick me up and bring me home. We left after my car was towed away. My phone's last location was down the street from the incident, and it hadn't been turned on since the night before, meaning they probably destroyed the phone. The next day, I gave even more information to some detectives regarding my Uber Eats account, and they were rather quickly able to trace the customer account back to a guy named Logan who, long story short, allegedly lost his phone and wallet. Whoever found or stole them was the one to call the Uber Eats delivery with the intention of robbing me. Basically, what I'm saying is whoever did this to me got away with it. The house that they set this up at was a vacant house for sale. My car tires were covered by insurance, but everything else, I ate the loss. This was a painful and expensive but also valuable lesson to not be so naive ever again in a situation like that. I stopped deliveries for a few months, then I went back to doing daytime deliveries. I faced a grim battle with a rare blood cancer, one that offered little hope for recovery. With the harsh reality of my condition looming over me, I made the tough call to forego treatment, accepting the uncertain road ahead with a heavy heart. In the weeks leading up to Christmas of the year in question, our secluded farm on New Zealand's South Island bore witness to a peculiar phenomenon. Strange lights danced across the evening skies, their erratic movements defying explanation. At first, we mistook them for PLS, but their sudden shifts and unpredictable patterns hinted at something more enigmatic. Our farm, nestled in solitude and isolation, seemed a world unto itself, far removed from the chaos of urban life. The sightings of these mysterious lights became our own private intrigue. We refrained from discussing it with anyone. One night, a week before Christmas, as we sat down for dinner, I noticed through the window a light descending on the paddock next to the house. When it touched the ground, I could see it was a disc-shaped craft. Instinct kicked in, and I reached for my trusted hunting rifle, hands quivering with a blend of fear and determination. But before I could even grasp it, they emerged creatures straight out of a nightmare, their insect-like forms contorting in the dim light of our home. There they were, right inside our lounge. No idea how they so suddenly entered. It's like they just materialized. Their presence suffocated the air. It felt like the gaze of these four beings pierced one's very person. We were in a state of hypershock. Mary stood behind me, arms protectively enveloping our daughter. Mary recalls our innocent Leah seemed wondrously amused by the creatures, while Mary and I were in a state of pure anxiety and dread. We stood frozen, trapped by an invisible grip, unable to break free from the fear that held us in place. Despite my efforts, my limbs refused to obey, rendering my weapon useless against the encroaching darkness. I don't think any words can describe what was going through my mind at that time. While you are reading or listening to this, imagine for a while being in such a bizarre and threatening situation. While doubting my eyesight at that moment, in fact, doubting my very sanity, I simultaneously am confronted with protecting my wife and child against creatures that can simply materialize or dematerialize as they please. All of this while they control my body, rendering me absolutely incapable of my duty as protector of my young family. The entire thing is simply too ghastly to describe. That experience left a lasting mark on me. As swiftly as they had appeared, they vanished, leaving us trembling in the wake of their inexplicable visitation. This eerie experience was a chilling reminder of our vulnerability in the vast expanse of the unknown. As Christmas Eve enveloped us, the air buzzed with the anticipation of the cherished family gathering in festive mart. The following day, our joint families were driving all the way to spend Christmas Day at our place, stay over the night, and drive back on Boxing Day. Despite the shadow cast by my illness, we had painstakingly prepared for the occasion, fueled by the promise of love and laughter that awaited us. Mary, ever the embodiment of resilience, orchestrated the culinary symphony in the kitchen with practiced finesse. The aroma of roasting turkey and freshly baked pies wafted through the air, a tantalizing preview of the warmth and joy that awaited us on the morrow. Yet beneath the facade of holiday jubilation lurked a solemn reality, a truth I had grudgingly come to terms with. This would be my final Christmas, a poignant reminder of life's transience and the relentless march of time. The events of the previous week were still on our minds, but as it caused no harm except for freaking us out, we decided that we would not let it feature in our thoughts for the next few days. If only it was going to be that simple. As the night wore on and darkness blanketed our home, a disturbance shattered the tranquility. I jolted awake, a sense of disquiet creeping through me like a silent specter in the night. Emerging from the comfort of my bed, I stumbled into the enveloping darkness, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. As I bore witness to a sight that terrified me, one of those very same otherworldly creatures was in our house. As I stood in the hallway, I saw it slipping into Leah's room like a phantom in the night. It seemed not to notice me, or maybe it was simply not bothered by my presence. Fear spurred me onward, my footsteps resounding through the silent corridors as I hastened to my daughter's side, only to find her bed and room empty. They had taken her, but how? Panic seized me. I grasped for the phone, desperate for aid in the face of the unknown, but fate, it seemed, had different plans. The telephone lines remained eerily silent, they were dead. The familiar hum was replaced by a chilling stillness beside me. Mary stood, her features etched with a blend of fear and disbelief. We found ourselves adrift in a sea of uncertainty, our world unraveling with each passing moment. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. I thought it was the craft outside taking off, whisking our daughter away, only the Lord knows where to. And then, as if beckoned by some unseen force, a wave of dizziness swept over us. The next moment, I felt sick. I remember Mary saying her head was spinning. Strangely, we both fell unconscious right there by the phone, both of us at the same time. If it was not so strange, I would have said our collapse was brought on by sheer shock, but I firmly believe it was something else. Look, both Mary and I, even amidst my illness, were pretty level-headed people. We were not the type to simply faint. The morning broke with the events of the night before veiled in a haze of uncertainty. As awareness slowly returned, I found solace beneath the covers. Mary's reassuring presence by my side offered comfort in the midst of turmoil. The covers in bed. How did we get to bed? My last memory was of us losing consciousness in the hall by the phone. But then a worse memory, Leah. They've taken Leah. Then something unexpected and beautiful happened. A sweet, innocent voice beckoned us from our slumber, drawing us to the warmth of the lounge. There, bathed in the soft morning light, sat Leah. Her laughter was a melody that chased away the dread and fear. Relief washed over us like a tidal wave, cleansing our hearts of doubt and anxiety. She was safe, untouched by the darkness that had threatened to consume us. We held her close, her embrace the ultimate gift I would receive on that Christmas day. As we basked in the joy of her presence, a sense of peace settled over our home, a peace forged by the unbreakable bond of family. We never discussed the events of the previous night or days with our family. Despite the horrific events leading up to our Christmas, the day itself turned out to be a beautiful experience of love and joy. As it was going to be my last, I only wanted to focus on making that Christmas the best memory for Mary, Leah, and our folks. We kept it that way throughout the festive season. New Year's came and was another joyous event with friends and family. Yet after that, life had to return to its normal routine, and with that returned the doubt and fear. Beneath the surface, a lingering doubt nagged at us, a question unanswered. What had truly transpired on that fateful night, and why did Leah's memories remain veiled in mystery, her innocence untainted by the chaos that had engulfed us? We sought answers as the new year broke. Without revealing too much, as we did not want them to think we were crazy, we had Leah checked out by a pediatrician and a psychologist. Both found her to be in excellent health and showed zero signs of trauma of any kind. So the truth remained elusive. Leah, a beacon of hope, stood unwavering in her innocence, her laughter a reminder of the resilience of youth in the face of uncertainty. However, her apparent lack of any trauma amidst what happened to her puzzled us. Yet, we were grateful our daughter was unscathed by whatever happened to her. Then February came, and it was time for my visit to the oncologist. Even though I knew what the path forward looked like, these visits were required to manage my condition as best as the clinicians could. I steeled myself for the tests and examinations. Blood was taken, and we had to be back for a follow-up the next day. I prepared for the inevitable affirmation that the cancer was staying its course. My only dread was that it might be speeding up, which would mean even less time with my family. When the specialist finally entered with an expression of confusion, I knew he had further bad news for us. Then our world changed. His words, when they came, shattered the darkness like a beam of light. Your cancer is gone. I will never forget his words. I remember him saying something like, "You are extraordinarily lucky. This type of cancer simply does not disappear by itself. Besides, severe cases like yours have never been successfully treated. Yet, here you are, clean, without any treatment. More tests were done, but they all confirmed the same. It was a miracle, pure and simple, a reprieve from the brink of death that defied all reason. Jubilation surged through me as we made our way home, hope and gratitude intertwining in a dance of newfound life. Yet with all that I had to celebrate, something was unresolved. At the edges of my consciousness, something was awakening, an unwelcome guest in the midst of celebration. And then, like a storm on the horizon, the nightmares descended, a relentless onslaught of visions and memories, each more nightmarish than the last. Strange lights and alien faces haunted my dreams, their presence a specter that loomed over me in the dead of night. With each passing day, the memories grew more vivid, more visceral, until the terror etched into my being. I relived the ordeal in agonizing detail, the chill of extraterrestrial surgical instruments, the pain of probing, incisions, grotesque needles, and more, all inflicted by beings that seemed devoid of empathy or remorse. Amidst the darkness, a paradox emerged. It was bittersweet, for within their cruelty, the insectoid creatures bestowed upon me a gift beyond measure, a second chance at life, burned through pain, sheer dread, and horror. The ordeal is too harrowing to recount in further detail. I cannot fathom why the creatures subjected me to such torment. Lily, now married with 3 beautiful children, remains as joyful and vibrant as ever. Untouched by the events that transpired all those years ago, despite undergoing regression hypnosis at our urging, she recalls nothing of significance. Curiously, it appears she was never abducted. Sarah and I seem to have manufactured memories of searching for her at home. Sarah never developed any nightmares or memories even remotely like mine. After all our anxieties about the apparent abduction of Lily, it seems that I was the only one who got taken. The motives behind the creature's actions remain shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, their intervention led to my survival. Faced with the choice between enduring these haunting memories and succumbing to cancer, is there truly a choice? Thousands of beautiful memories created by a long and fulfilling family life have made the horror of the abduction 100% worth it.
When I was 7 years old, I contracted spinal meningitis. I was barely old enough to understand how close to death I was because of the disease I had, let alone did I have a clue what was about to happen to me during treatment. My mother took me to the hospital and told the doctors to do whatever they needed to do to save my life. They required a spinal tap before continuing treatment. Despite the fact that I had no idea what a spinal tap was. I remember my mother pleading with the doctors to find some way to make the procedure less traumatic for me, but for some reason, they couldn't put me under general anesthesia. Instead, they offered a new experimental treatment on humans at the time, intravenous ketamine. My mother had never heard of the drug before, and my father wasn't there. They explained that it was traditionally used as a horse tranquilizer but had recently been approved for use in humans, even in pediatric care. Ever since, my mom swears up and down that's all they told her about it. Maybe it was a time-sensitive case, or maybe the doctors thought if they told her everything involved with being under the influence of the drug, she would refuse to let me have it, which in their minds would make the spinal tap harder to go through. Frankly, it boggles my mind that doctors would even consider giving ketamine to a child, but that's what happened. They wheeled me into the operating room and told me what was going to happen, that I would have to lay on my side and they would insert a needle into my back. It would feel extremely uncomfortable. I know that's what they said now, but at the time I was so disoriented and scared and even confused that it all sounded like gibberish, like how adults sound in Charlie Brown when they just go, wah wah wah, if you know what I mean. All the doctors and nurses were wearing masks and gowns too, which made them look almost inhuman. I had to get naked and put on a hospital gown, adding to the stress of it all because I had to be exposed to a bunch of strangers. The only thing that kept me sane was that my mother was allowed to be there with me so I could hold her hand. However, before they did the tap, they inserted the 4 needle into my arm to deliver the ketamine. I cried and screamed, and I remember squirming just from having that needle put in me. I didn't even understand how much bigger the next one would be. Then they turned me over to my side, and I held my mother's hand, squeezing harder than before, looking into her eyes and crying and trying to be brave and sit still. At first, all I could feel on my back was a cold hospital air, but then something happened. Everything started to feel weird. Of course, I know now that this was the ketamine beginning to take effect, but I didn't understand this at the time. An all-encompassing dread washed over my body, which I also felt like I was losing control of, like my soul was slipping away second by second. Then it literally did feel like I was dying and rising up to heaven. I was lifted up from the table and could see my own body and everyone around. What I saw filled me with a mixture of terror and hatred. The doctor was lining up the needle against my back. For the first time, I saw how massive the thing was. There was my mother watching it all happen, letting them do it. Suddenly, I knew I couldn't go through with it anymore. I screamed and kicked and punched at everything around me, hell-bound on getting off of that table and running away. The nurses tried to hold me down, but they were struggling to keep me contained. Somebody called for more help, and that's when two gigantic, muscular nurses rushed in and grabbed hold of me. They pinned me down to the table along with 4 or 5 other people. My mother was crying in a corner now. Apparently, I had hit her in the face, but I still saw everything that was going on around me. The 4 drip was still feeding me ketamine straight to my blood, which went directly to my brain. Now, all the masks and gowns, doctors and nurses didn't look human at all. They looked like monsters, demons, even sick, twisted, demented creatures that my mom had sold my soul to, and now they were forcibly extracting my soul from my body with that horrible needle. I looked to my mother with bitter contempt and screamed that I hated her for letting this happen to me. It only made her cry harder. No matter how hard I fought back, once they all got a hold of me, I couldn't even squirm. They held me down and finished the spinal tap. When the needle went into my back, it felt like I was being torn apart from the inside, and because I was moving so much, waves of pain shot through my body. Finally, I accepted that I just had to sit still, but it was awful. I could feel my essence being drained, something I would never get back. Thankfully, after a few seconds, it was over, but I wasn't the same. I didn't move for hours after that, and I wouldn't talk to my mother or even look at her. Being drugged, having a needle shoved into my spinal cord as a child is easily the most traumatic thing I've ever experienced in my life. And the stupid thing I hate the most about it is the fact that it was all just to confirm what the doctors basically already knew, that I had spinal meningitis.
This story was inspired by a disturbing drawing submitted by a viewer. Here, you can clearly see there's something extremely bizarre going on. The picture appears to showcase what looks like one big happy family. Over by the left, you can clearly see what looks to be the parents looking over their 8 children. You can see a pet dog and cat, but over by the right is a mysterious giant black figure. More context will be explained during and at the end of the story. Here's what the story looked like. My wife and I used to have this running joke about our kids. We'd say we lose track of how many people were in the house if we kept having so many children. That's definitely in the category of dad jokes, but it started to get old even for me around the time we had our 8th kid. By then, the house was in such a constant state of disorder that it wasn't even funny anymore. It got to the point that it was a little embarrassing, maybe even a fire hazard. I guess we were lucky that it wasn't a fire that made us come to our senses about keeping the house a little more organized. But I'd argue what actually happened could have been just as bad, if not worse. It's one of those things you would struggle to believe on TV, but when you see it happen to your own family, you aren't afforded the luxury of disbelief. I always thought a house full of kids and animals would be its own security system. I mean, with 10 humans and a dog and some other creatures, you'd think there would always be at least one of them awake to sound the alarm if they noticed something. But if the business as usual state of the household is absolute chaos, nobody ever knows what's going on in a deciphered between normal and not normal. Even now, I can struggle sometimes with telling whether or not something one of my kids is doing is normal. Like a 5-year-old boy's drawings, for instance. They always look kind of deranged and manic just because a 5-year-old only knows how to scribble with crayons. But for the most part, they're harmless. 90% of them are the same thing anyway, just a bunch of stick figures with names and a couple defining features here and there. Maybe a table or a chair, and with boys, sometimes there's a gun or a decapitation or some crude act of violence seen in movies and video games. But that's all normal kid stuff, at least I think so. Every once in a while, though, something a kid of mine does makes me do a double take. Most recently, it was my youngest son, Brandon. I honestly forgot exactly how old he was when this happened, but I think he was around 4 or 5 years old. The first thing I noticed was that he wasn't sleeping right. I wake up at dawn every day to go to work, and usually the only other person who's awake in the house at that time is the dog, waiting for me to let it out. However, one morning, Brandon was sitting at the dining room table lazily scribbling on a piece of paper with a bunch of crayons around. It was like he'd been up all night just layering colors over the same piece of paper with a picture of the family on it. "Hey bud, what you doing there?" I asked. "Drawing." "Well, I can see that. But what are you drawing? Is that mommy and I and your siblings? Maybe I'm just a silly old man, but it looks like you drew too many people, buddy. There's only 10 of us, plus the dog and cat." "No, I can count to 10. I'm just drawing my friend too." "Oh, your friend is pretty tall there, buddy. Where'd you meet them?" Here in the house." "When?" I don't really remember. I saw her last night though, Dad." "Is she allowed in the house?" A chill ran down my spine. I froze for a moment while my little boy stared me down the way that only children can when they ask you a question you are not prepared to answer. Don't worry about it, kiddo. You probably just dreamed it up." Okay. I just didn't want to freak him out or tell the family and have them freak out. Every once in a while, a kid will make something up and believe themselves, but I just had a funny feeling about this one. This was one of those cases when a kid sees something they weren't supposed to see. And they weren't even aware it was wrong. I figured I'd let him at least stay calm for the moment. I knew my wife was going to be home all day, so I went ahead and went off to work despite the goosebumps. But for the whole day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to distract myself with a task, but every time I got into something, I would get distracted with another realization, some new pair of dots that I connected. I knew I had a lot of kids and the house was always a little messy, but recently things had gotten worse. Things had started going missing or showing up in the wrong place, misplaced pieces of sentimental clothing, toys that were fine one evening and broken in the morning, and nobody fessing up to getting out of bed past their bedtime. Little things. My heart was racing by the time I got home, and it sank when I saw my son in the exact same spot when I left 8 hours ago. By then, there were several more drawings in all different colors of crayon. They were all basically the same thing, the classic family portrait where everyone in the family was one color in one drawing and in all different colors in the others. But in every single one, there was a figure in deeply pressed black wax with a distorted face and long messy hair. That's when I knew I had to do something. I left right away and bought a bunch of security cameras along with a whole new set of power tools. I spent the evening drilling holes and mounting cameras in the corners of the hallways, in the living room, and even some of the bedrooms. I tried to hide each one with some out-of-season holiday decorations so they wouldn't be obvious to any potential intruders. Honestly, I was hoping I'd just gone crazy, that I'd gotten so overworked and scatterbrained that I let the imaginations of a kindergartner get to me. But the very next morning, everything came to light. There really had been someone sneaking into the house, a woman digging through my family's laundry and trying on her clothes, rummaging through my children's toy chest and stealing the most valuable items she could find, using my bathrooms to relieve herself, and even eating the food out of the kitchen I worked so hard to keep stocked for my family. She even had the audacity to drink the milk straight out of the jug, spreading her germs to every single person in the house. I don't know how my stupid dog didn't raise hell when it saw this woman, but I guess she was some kind of dog whisperer, or maybe my dog is just a spineless coward because all I saw my dog do was run away and hide. I don't know how, but I guess my youngest son was lying awake one night and caught a glimpse of her, unsure if it was one of his sisters, his imagination, or something else entirely. Of course, I called the cops immediately and had the woman arrested. That night, we made sure she faced the proper punishment of the law, but I still have nightmares about those happenings. I always kick myself, and my wife defends it too. We always think, maybe illogically, maybe reasonably, that if we kept the house a little more tidy, we would have noticed the evidence of that woman's intrusion before it got to that point. I was in bed one night, feeling tired from a long day at work. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was ready to fall asleep. The room was dark, with only a sliver of moonlight coming through the curtains. The quietness of the house was comforting. I lived with two housemates, Bernice and Lionel, but they were both out for the night. Bernice had gone to visit her parents, and Lionel was at his girlfriend's place. I was looking forward to having the house all to myself. As I was drifting off, I heard a soft creak from the hallway. My bedroom door was slightly open, and I saw a shadow moving. I figured it was just one of my housemates coming back early, but then something strange happened. The door slowly opened wider, and a head popped in. It was too dark to see clearly, but I could make out the shape of a person. They looked at me for a moment and then quickly pulled back and shut the door. I was more annoyed than scared. They didn't even knock. I decided to get up and see who it was. Maybe Bernice or Lionel had forgotten something and came back. I turned on my bedside lamp, which cast a warm glow in the room, and walked to the door. When I stepped into the hallway, it was completely silent. The house felt empty. I called out, "Bernice, Lionel," but there was no answer. I checked the living room and the kitchen. The lights were off, and there was no sign of anyone. I felt a chill run down my spine. Where had they gone? I went back to my room and grabbed my phone. I texted Bernice first, "Hey, are you home? I thought I saw you a few minutes ago." A few minutes passed with no reply. Then I texted Lionel, "Are you here? I think I saw someone again." No response. I started to feel uneasy. I decided to check the front door. It was locked, just as I had left it. I went to the back door, which was also locked. My mind was racing. If both doors were locked, how did anyone get in? I walked back to the hallway, feeling more nervous with each step. I stood in the hallway, looking around, trying to figure out what to do. Maybe I had imagined it. I was tired, and my mind could have been playing tricks on me, but it felt so real. I decided to check every room just to be sure. I started with Bernice's room. The door was closed, and when I opened it, everything was in its place. Her bed was made, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I moved on to Lionel's room. His door was also closed. I opened it and saw his usual mess of clothes and books, but nothing suggested someone had been there recently. Feeling more anxious, I checked the bathroom and the small storage room. Both were empty. I was starting to doubt myself. Maybe it was just a shadow or my imagination. I went back to my room and sat on the bed. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was nothing, but then I heard it again, a soft creak coming from the hallway. My heart started to race, and I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I turned off my bedside lamp and listened carefully. The house was so quiet that I could hear my breathing. The creaking sound grew louder, like someone was slowly walking down the hallway. I wanted to get up and check, but fear kept me frozen in place. Suddenly, the door to my room opened slightly, just like before. I could see the shadow of a person standing there. This time, I didn't wait. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I pointed it at the door, but there was no one there. The hallway was empty. I felt a knot in my stomach. Something was very wrong. I decided to call Bernice. I needed to hear her voice. I dialed her number and waited, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried Lionel next. The phone rang and rang, but he didn't pick up. I left a message, my voice shaking. Lionel, if you get this, please call me. I think someone's in the house. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to call the police and look foolish if it turned out to be nothing, but I also didn't want to stay in the house alone. I decided to wait in my room with the door locked. I pushed a chair against the door for good measure and sat on my bed, holding my phone tightly. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, listening to every little noise. I kept the flashlight on, pointing it at the door. I kept thinking about the head I saw, the way it looked at me and then disappeared. Who was it? What did they want? Finally, I heard a familiar sound, the front door unlocking. I jumped up, my heart pounding. I heard Lionel's voice calling out. Relief washed over me as I rushed to the door, moving the chair aside and opening it. I found Lionel standing in the hallway, looking confused. "What's going on?" he asked. I told him everything about the head, the sounds, and how scared I was. Lionel listened carefully, then checked the house again with me. We found nothing unusual, no signs of anyone else being there. "Maybe it was just your imagination," Lionel said, trying to reassure me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even after Lionel went to his room and I tried to go back to sleep, I kept hearing those creaks and seeing that shadow in my mind. I never found out who or what it was that night, but from then on, I always made sure to lock my door and keep a light on. There's a nice hidden lake a short walk away from my house in Parson Field, Maine. I've been going fishing there for as long as I've lived here. It's hidden away from any roads or houses, it has perfect privacy, and I would always be the only one out on the lake fishing. In fact, I would leave my kayak in the same spot by the lake whenever I wasn't using it. It was easier than lugging the thing back and forth through my house to the lake anytime I wanted to use it. I would leave it leaning up against this huge tree every time. The kayak is heavy enough to not fall over from a windstorm or anything. I also leave it covered to prevent critters from taking refuge inside. It was a warm summer's evening. I was out on the lake already for about an hour and I'd caught a few trout already, which I'd thrown into the cooler. It was dusk at this point, the little bit of light left in the sky was disappearing behind the trees. I was going to bring it in soon and just then, I heard sounds from the edge of the lake. I turned and saw someone standing at the edge of the water, tipping a barrel of some kind over, pouring its contents into the lake. It looked to me like they were polluting the lake with something. I took it upon myself to yell out, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" The person looked up at me and then ran into the woods with the contents of the barrel still pouring into the water. I looked more closely at the liquid being poured out into the lake, and it looked like a dark red liquid, though it was dark out, so I can't say with 100% certainty if it was red, but it was very dark. I felt a sense of unease creep up throughout my body. I decided I wanted to leave. I'm a big nature guy though, and seeing people littering or polluting the environment makes me sick. I genuinely couldn't resist shouting something out to that person, but I didn't feel comfortable here any longer. I planned on reporting this to the Department of Environmental Protection. I paddled the kayak back to my usual spot. I took all of my gear off the kayak before pulling it out of the water. As I was putting the cover over the kayak, I heard one single snap of something not far away, like the crunch of something under a person's shoe. I turned and was about to say, "Who's there?" but I decided against it. I finished covering the kayak quicker than I ever had before. I didn't even bother standing it up to lean on the tree this time, I left it on the ground. I picked up my gear and cooler and started quickly walking out of the woods and out to the road which led to my house. It was only a couple minutes of a walk and I was back home. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time, thinking someone was behind me. I put my gear in the shed real quick, then went inside. I never locked the doors so quickly. I was genuinely spooked. I rinsed off the trout and put them in the fridge, planning on cooking them tomorrow. Tonight, I just heated up some leftovers. As the food was in the microwave, there was a knock at my front door. The fear and dread that I was feeling the entire walk back to the house returned in an instant, and my suspicion that I was being followed home was basically confirmed. I mean, who else would be knocking on my door this late? My lights were on, my car was in the driveway, whoever it was knew I was in here. I had all the shades closed though, so nobody could look inside. They knocked on the door again. The microwave beeped as the timer hit 0. I'm sure whoever was outside heard it. All the windows were cracked open, and a moment later, there was a knock now on the window, and a man's voice said through the window, "Excuse me, I think you saw me at the lake earlier." I'd just like to explain myself. There was absolutely no chance I was opening the door to this person. For them to stalk me to my house told me this was a dangerous person. They repeatedly knocked on the window and kept yelling, "Hello," through it. I decided to acknowledge him now that he was getting more aggressive. I yelled, "Yo, leave or I'll call the police." I intended to either way, but it was still a threat to get him to leave. The man responded calmly now, saying, "Sir, if you could just open the front door, I'll explain everything to you." I repeated my threat, and I didn't hear his voice again. At this point, I shut and locked every window in the house and turned on the AC. I also made a report to the non-emergency police number, detailing both the barrel being dumped into the lake and the man coming to my house. I also made an online report with the Department of Environmental Protection. Making these 2 reports honestly made me feel a little better about going to sleep that night. But thank God I'm a light sleeper. In the middle of the night, around 2 a.m., I heard a crash from downstairs. I immediately sprang out of my bed and grabbed my Glock from the closet. I heard someone's attempt at quiet footsteps coming up the creaky wooden steps. I had my Glock loaded in hand as I stood behind my dresser right by my closet, aiming at the door. I heard very slow creeping towards my door. My bedroom door is closest to the stairs, so it was naturally the first door that they would approach. And sure enough, I heard the doorknob slowly pressed down and then the door pushed open. I saw nothing but the man's silhouette enter the room. I flicked on the lamp next to me so he could see my gun, and I screamed, "Get on the ground now." He raised his hands in the air and seemed for a second to be motioning for me to calm down. He had a small blade in his hand. I told him to drop it, but then he said calmly, "I'm leaving," and he turned and ran for downstairs. I yelled at him to stop, but he clearly took the chance on me being too afraid to pull the trigger. I heard him leave through the front door. I ran downstairs to lock the front door right away and then called 911. My living room window was shattered, glass was all over the floor. I kept my sight on that broken window until the police officer showed up. I had to explain that I already made a non-emergency report of what happened earlier, in fear of waiting too long by morning for the barrel to be gone in the darkness. I went with 2 of the officers who showed up to my house to where I saw that man dumping the barrel into the lake, but after 20 minutes of walking around looking for it, it was gone. The man must have made sure not to leave it behind. I gave my best description of the man to the police for their report. The man was a short, bearded white man with a receding hairline and glasses, wearing a black flannel shirt and black pants. After the police left, I stayed in the living room all night with my gun next to me, watching TV. No way in hell was I going to sleep with a broken window and some nut job out there. At dawn, my brothers came over to help me fix the window. My brother Azaria stayed at the house while my other brother and I went to Home Depot to get the window and parts. Azaria stayed at the house with me for a few nights till things cooled down. My not-so-wild theory is that the barrel contained human remains, possibly dissolved in some kind of acid. Why else would that man follow me home and then break into my house to potentially murder me? Trust your gut if something feels wrong. I knew if I opened my door to that man, something terrible might have happened to me. I'm a single dad balancing 2 jobs and 2 kids. Things got a little easier when my eldest son got old enough to watch after my youngest, but working all day makes everything a pain. Anyway, I got home from my second shift around 10, but tomorrow I had another full day of work and I knew I didn't have anything for them to eat while I was gone, so I had to make a quick trip to Walmart. They were the only store around that was open until 11. I got there just before 10:30. I hated to be that customer that walked in right before closing, but I didn't have much of a choice. I went straight over to the grocery section and looked around for some frozen meals for the kids, but after a minute I realized there was someone watching me. It was this creepy-looking man standing on the other side of the aisle. Every time I'd look at him, he would look away, playing dumb, but it was super obvious he was staring at me. I grabbed a couple boxes and went down to the next aisle, but the man followed. I looked back at him and watched as he pretended to look around, occasionally checking if I was still looking at him. He seemed to be in his late 40s, but it was hard to tell because he was wearing a heavy jacket and a hat. "You good?" I said, hoping he'd get the hint to leave me alone. He immediately walked away, not even looking at me again. I thought to myself, he was just some random strange Walmart customer, like you always hear about, and tried to not think about it any more than that. I picked up a box of cereal and some milk, then headed to the self-checkout lane. I kept my eyes open for that man, but he wasn't around anymore. I guessed I really did scare him off. I scanned everything and paid, then walked out. It was dark and the parking lot wasn't very well lit, but from far away I could tell something was off about my car. Walking up to it, there were scratches and dents all over it, and 2 of the windows were shattered. I was in shock. Then I heard footsteps coming up quickly behind me. I turned, seeing 2 men rushing at me, one holding some sort of metal pipe in his hand. I tried getting my keys out and getting in my car, but I realized I was taking too long and took off running instead. I ran straight back to the store and I heard their footsteps stop after a short chase. I watched by the front entrance as they beat in my car some more, then got in a nearby truck and drove away. I of course called 911 and they helped me with my car and giving me a ride home, but nothing could be done about it. At first, a month later, though, the same thing happened to someone else at a different Walmart a few miles away. The man who got attacked was armed and managed to detain one of them, and this eventually led to both men being arrested. One of them I recognized as the man I'd seen looking at me in the store, but I don't know about the other one. Neither gave any reasons worth noting as to why they did it. There's just some sick people out there, but I'm glad these two won't be around anymore. This is a story that took place back when I was a kid. I was probably somewhere between the ages of 9. At that age, I loved Christmas mainly because of all the things that I would get. I lived with my parents, brother, and sister in a 2-story home in a typical neighborhood. Each year, we would do lots of decorating inside and outside of the house. Our Christmas tree would go in the corner of our living room, and all the presents would go underneath it. On Christmas Eve that year, we went to my grandparents' house, and then we were going to my uncle's on Christmas. That night on Christmas Eve, after we all went to bed, I had a difficult time falling asleep. I usually did when I was a kid because I was always so excited for Christmas. I finally was able to doze off for a bit but woke up sometime later when it was still night. I remember just turning over to try to go back to sleep, but then I thought I heard a noise. It sounded like it was coming from downstairs. My bedroom was the closest to the stairs, and even I could barely hear it. I looked at the clock, and it was 1 a.m. I didn't know why anybody would be up at this hour. Being that young and a curious kid, I decided to go and look. I left my bedroom and then walked a few feet to the railing of the stairs that overlooked the living room. I looked down, and everything seemed normal. All of the lights were off, but the lights from the Christmas tree and the few other decorations were on, so I could see a little bit. I looked down at the tree for a little while longer. It was very large, and we always got the biggest tree that we could find. But then I saw somebody come out from behind the tree. It wasn't my dad or brother, but a random guy that I didn't know. As soon as I realized that it was a random guy, I turned and ran. I went to the end of the hallway where my parents' bedroom was. I woke them up and told them that there was some guy in the house. I remember that my dad got up to look. He came back a short time later and said that he saw somebody leaving the house through the window. The police were called, and when they got out to our house, they searched all over our property. They didn't find the guy, but they did find that our window was broken. None of us had heard it break, so the guy must have quietly done it somehow. It was a living room window that was broken, and I think that I saw him not long after he got in the house because nothing was even stolen. I think that he either saw me or heard me, and that scared him off. I'm just really glad that he didn't try to come upstairs or anything. It still really freaked me out knowing that somebody broke in. It took me a long time to be able to fall back asleep, but eventually, I was able to. That was by far my craziest Christmas experience. Nothing like that has happened since, much less on Christmas. I still don't know who the guy was or why he chose our house. I also don't know if the police ever found him. 20 years ago, I was living in New Jersey and worked as a pizza delivery driver. I worked at this neighborhood joint called Domino. The shop was at this corner on the edge of town. The area would be pretty busy during the day, but not so much at night. Obviously, we were open pretty late, with it being a pizza shop. One time, I was working until 2 a.m. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, there was a delivery for me to make. I was sitting inside the shop and left out the back door to go to my car. I parked in the small lot behind the place, which was where employees would park. As I walked out the back door, I saw this guy standing near my car outside. He started moving away, and I asked him what he was doing. The guy quickly moved behind a couple of dumpsters that were back there. He had gone out of sight as quickly as I had seen him. I figured that he had left the property and went into the alley behind the dumpsters. I just knew that I couldn't see him anymore. I went to my car and didn't notice anything out of place. I got inside my car with the pizza and then left to make the delivery. I was able to do so without a problem. After getting back from the delivery, I went back inside. A while later, I got my next delivery to be made. I left through the back door again. This time, when I left, I did not see anybody by my vehicle. But when I was walking towards it, about halfway there, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked back and noticed the same guy. He was walking in my direction. I went faster and got inside my car with the pizza. The guy kept going towards my car quickly. I thought that he was either going to try to get in my car or talk to me, and the way he had been at my car earlier made him seem really suspicious. He got within a couple of feet of me but did not try opening my door or knocking on my window. He just kind of stood there. I didn't wait around to see what he wanted, and I started up my engine and quickly left. I went out and made the next delivery. I was gone for probably about 15 minutes or so. Then I went back to work again and parked in my usual spot. After getting out of my car, I was starting to walk back to the back door, but I quickly noticed that the man was still there. He came out from behind a nearby vehicle of a coworker. He was then standing near the back door to the place. I didn't know what he wanted, and I decided to walk away instead of going to the back door like I usually did. I went around on the edge of the parking lot. I then walked around to the front door, which was locked by now. I rang the bell, and a coworker saw me and unlocked the door. I quickly went inside and told them about the sketchy guy. We ended up calling the police to report him, and nobody left the store until they arrived. They checked out the area, but the man had gone by then, I guess, because they couldn't find him. After a while, they left. I got another delivery that night and didn't see him at all. That was the creepiest thing that ever happened when I worked there. I live in Burke County, North Carolina, in Morganton. I'm used to the quiet lifestyle that comes with living in a rural place. You get some weird characters here and there, but it's usually nothing too bad. I own a nice plot of land with my husband. My work schedule fluctuates. Sometimes I work days, sometimes I work nights. This happened on a night that I was on my way home after a night shift, so it had to be like 4 a.m. My phone was almost dead. I was hungry. I was tired, and I just wanted to get some food and head home. I stopped at the gas station to get $10 worth of gas and also a packaged sandwich, which I proceeded to eat inside the gas station cafe. Some sketchy guy was eyeing me for a little until he left the building without buying anything. After eating, I went outside to fill up the gas and then got back in the car. The smell of gas was extra pungent for some reason. These roads are very dark and twisty at night, so I was driving slow, especially since I was tired after a long day of work. Then something unexpected happened. The needle on the gas gauge suddenly dropped to E, and the low gas light came on and beeped. I had no idea what was going on. I'm not a car person and I'd never run out of gas before this. Plus, the needle just suddenly dropped. I thought at first that the computer was glitching, so I pulled over and restarted the car, but the needle was still on E. I tried to continue driving, but the engine died. I started having a panic attack. I called my husband first thing, and thank God he picked up. I asked him how did my car run out of gas after I just filled up, and as I got out of the car, I smelt gasoline. I told him this, and he said it sounds like I have a leak. He told me he'd head right over and he'd call our roadside assistance company. But then I heard a car coming with no headlights, and suddenly it stopped not far behind my car. I suddenly thought to bring up that sketchy guy who was watching me at the gas station and asked my husband if there was a chance he did something to my car. My husband's tone suddenly changed to sounding more concerned and worried. He said yes, there's a chance that he may have cut my fuel line. I didn't know what that meant. All I knew was I needed to run. I took my keys out of the ignition and shut the door and locked it so that the headlights would turn off. My phone was on like 2%, so I told him to text me when he's close. I ran off the road and towards the first house I could find. I ran down the long driveway and up the property to the front door. All the lights in the house were off. I still rang the bell multiple times anyway. Eventually, a light turned on and then the door opened. A man in his 60s opened the door. He looked like he was just woken up. I asked him to let me in to hide and charge my phone. After a bit of explaining, he opened the door fully and let me in. I asked him for an iPhone charger, and he said he'd go look for one, then asked me to take a seat in the living room. I sat down, still in my nurse scrubs, feeling a mix of emotions. The man called out from the kitchen asking me if I wanted some water. I said yes, please. Little did he know, I saw his reflection in a mirror in the living room that gave visibility into the kitchen. I saw him fill a cup with water, then I know for a fact I saw him drop something into the water. He walked out of view of the mirror, but the faucet was still running. It ran for a solid 30 more seconds before he turned it off. He came back into the living room with a glass of water and handed it to me. I thanked him, and he sat down and just looked at me, then asked me to explain the situation again. I replied to him, I just really need a charger so that I could contact my husband. He said all right and went upstairs. I checked my phone, and it was on 1%. I used that remaining battery to send my current location to my husband just in case. I then smelt the glass of water, and although it didn't smell like anything, I knew he put something in it. Now I had to make the decision of whether I should leave or not. On one hand, I needed to charge my phone badly. On the other, I was 99% sure he did something to this water. I heard him walking back down the stairs, and he said he doesn't have any iPhone chargers since he has an Android. After he said this, I got up and walked straight for the door. I'm not an idiot. Once outside, I ran back down the driveway to the road. I felt like throwing up. I couldn't believe two separate potential incidents from two different men happened in one night. I crept along the side of the road behind the trees. I took out my phone and sent my updated location, and right around now was when my battery died. I waited until I saw the familiar headlights of my husband's truck. I went out waving my arms, and thank God it was him. I got inside the truck and let all my emotions out, crying to him about what I just went through. He brought us to my car, and there was no longer a car behind mine. My back window was shattered, though, and it appeared someone had gotten into the back seat, but nothing of high value was left in my car to steal anyway. My car battery was also now dead. When I told my husband about the man who tried to potentially drug me, he was so furious he wanted to go break down his door. But I told him no, let's just wait for the tow truck to come. We waited quite a while before it came. My car was towed to my dealership, where they would take the car in the next day. My husband was right. My car was vandalized, and the fuel line was cut completely. Thank God I was off the next few days because I needed some time to mentally recover from this night. The idea that twice in one night I was almost a victim of some sketchy men, I just couldn't get over. Our tale takes us to the outskirts of a sleepy college town, where an abandoned house stood shrouded in darkness. This house, once a grand estate, had long been forgotten, its windows shattered and its walls covered in ivy. The locals whispered tales of its haunted past, but few dared to venture near. The fraternity known as the Guardians chose this house for their final pledge challenge. It was a tradition that had been passed down for generations, a test of courage and resilience. The pledges were tasked with spending a night alone in the abandoned house, each one having to confront their deepest fears within its decaying walls. Among them was Drake, a quiet, introspective student. He had always been more comfortable with books than with people, and this challenge was his way of proving himself. As the sun set, the pledges were driven to the house. The journey was filled with nervous laughter and whispered reassurances, but as they approached the house, a heavy silence fell over them. The air grew heavy with dread as they stepped out of the van. The house loomed before them, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the twilight sky. Drake found himself standing before a door hanging precariously from its hinges. The wood was splintered and rotting, and the doorknob was cold and unyielding. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under his weight, and the air was thick with the smell of decay and mildew. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the ceiling sagged ominously. The floorboards groaned beneath his feet, each step echoing through the empty halls, a reminder of the house's long abandonment. He shone his flashlight around, taking in the dilapidated state of the house. The beam of light revealed broken furniture, shattered glass, and layers of dust that had settled over the years. Cobwebs hung from every corner, and broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. It was as if time had stood still within these walls. As darkness descended, the silence was broken by unsettling noises. The wind howled through the broken windows, and the house seemed to groan and sigh. Drake tried to convince himself it was just the house settling. He repeated this mantra in his mind, trying to quell the rising tide of fear. But deep down, he felt he was being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes following his every move. He spent what felt like an eternity huddled in a corner, the minutes stretching into hours, and the oppressive silence weighed heavily on him. Then he heard a soft whisper coming from the floor above. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down his spine. Curiosity won over fear, and he made his way towards the staircase. Each step was a battle against the urge to turn and run. As he reached the top, the whispering grew louder. It was a low, murmuring sound, like a conversation just out of earshot. It seemed to be coming from a room at the end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, and a sliver of light spilled out into the dark corridor. He approached cautiously and pushed the door open. The hinges squealed in protest, and the door swung open to reveal an empty room. The room was empty, but the whispering had stopped. The silence was deafening, and Drake's heart pounded in his chest. Drake noticed something strange about the far wall. There were markings, faint and almost hidden beneath layers of grime. It looked as if someone had tried to conceal something. The markings formed a pattern, a series of symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. He approached the wall and knocked on it. It sounded hollow. His curiosity piqued. He began to tear away at the flimsy wall, revealing a small, dark space. Inside was a small wooden box covered in strange symbols. The box was unlocked. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the lid. After a moment, he opened it. The lid creaked open, revealing a single sheet of yellowed parchment. The paper was brittle and ancient. The ink seemed to shimmer in the dim light. As he read, the words seemed to shift and change before his eyes. They spoke of an ancient evil bound to the house, a curse that had claimed countless lives. The words were a warning, a plea for anyone who found the parchment to leave and never return. Drake felt a cold dread creep up his spine. The air seemed to grow colder, and he could feel the weight of the house's dark history pressing down on him. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and died. The darkness closed in around him, and he was plunged into a world of shadows. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the house, a sound of pure terror that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Drake dropped the parchment and stumbled back, his heart racing and his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He heard the doorknob rattle, and the door swung open. He braced himself for the worst, but it was one of the other pledges. Relief washed over Drake. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding, both shaken by their experiences. They left the room, but the experience had changed them. The house had revealed its secrets, and they would carry the memory of that night with them forever. The abandoned house remained a testament to the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. It stood as a reminder of the unseen forces that lurk in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. My favorite month has always been October. It's that sweet spot temperature-wise. It's never too hot and never too cold. All the leaves start turning orange and brown, and you just get that nice refreshing October breeze. My friends and I always used to like to rake up the leaves into a big pile and have wrestling matches in them when we were young, like from the ages of 9 to 12. I think when we were about 10 or 11, it was towards the end of October, and a lot of the leaves had already fallen off the trees. Since my property was the biggest, my friends William and Adam were helping me rake up the leaves on my property into a giant pile. It was a cloudy, windy day getting a little late. The house we lived in at the time was a corner house with a huge space on the side next to the sidewalk, which ran into a short dead-end street with only 2 houses in it, one of which was owned by an old stoner couple who didn't care about anything. Across the street from that was a small disheveled house whose owner never seemed to come outside. So this allowed us to be louder and more obnoxious without worry of a lot of neighbors watching or caring. We wrestled around for probably half an hour, then we went inside after getting tired to have a snack and play video games. The 2 of them wanted to go back outside for a nighttime triple threat match in the leaves again. That's what we called our wrestling matches. We always acted like we were in the WWE. When we got back out there, it was almost completely dark, but a streetlight that stood in the dead end lit up this side of our property so we could see enough. It seemed as though there were a lot fewer leaves in the pile right off the bat this time. We tried wrestling a little more, but the pile just spread too far, so we had to grab the rakes and start building the pile again. William noticed a long, oddly shaped pile that we didn't notice from before. He went over to start raking it over to our main pile, but he seemed to be having trouble. He shouted, "There's something under the leaves." We came over to help him brush some of the leaves off whatever was underneath. And all of us screamed when we realized there was a grown man hiding underneath the pile. We stepped back and looked at each other and then back at him. We didn't know whether to laugh or not, like, was he playing some kind of early Halloween prank on us? The man's face was not yet exposed. William and I dared Adam to go expose the man's face. He walked up to the body on the floor slowly, looked back at us, and started lightly kicking the leaves away from where the person's face would be. As he kicked, he realized the body was hollow and hard. There was no face or head. It was a fake body that someone planted there, some kind of prank. But who placed it there? That question was quickly answered when we noticed someone hiding in my bush right behind the pile. We yelled, "We see you," to the man hiding in the bushes, and he came out laughing, exclaiming how he got us so good. But this man was older. He looked 60, and he looked scary and gross. Huge bulging eyes, crooked teeth, and he was breathing very heavily. He said he planted that fake body there because he always watches us play in the leaves and thought it would be funny. It had creeped me out, though, how he said he always watches us play in the leaves. William tried being nice, but I thought the man was weird, so I said, "Come on, guys, let's go inside," and we left the man there. I told my dad, and he went outside to check, but the man had already moved the fake body by then. We played video games the rest of the night, all having agreed that guy was a freak. My friends eventually left, and soon after, I went to my room. I had my window open as usual to get a breeze into my room. I was watching TV, and I heard a man's voice at my window. I jumped and looked up at the window, but I couldn't see who it was. The voice said, "I didn't mean to creep you out earlier. I live in the house across the street over there. I like watching you kids play in the leaves." I was in shock hearing a stranger's voice outside my window. I continued looking at the window, and eventually, the familiar face of that freak from earlier came into view. He reached his arm under my window, pushed it up further as he attempted to climb into my window. When he realized he couldn't fit, it seemed he started to try to reach for me. I screamed for my dad and ran upstairs to his room. I tugged him out of his bed and led him to my window. The man was already gone, but I told him he lived in the house across the street in the dead end. My dad charged over to the house with me, banged on the door, but the man didn't answer. So my dad called the cops, and when they came, he took me back to the house with the police, and this time with the police, the man opened the front door, and it was, in fact, the same man. I was too young to be able to tell, but the police and my dad picked up on it right away that he was on something, likely crystal meth, is what my dad says. I remember looking into the house from the doorway and seeing that it was an absolute pigsty. Thinking back now, it would fit the description for the home of a meth head perfectly. All those years living there, we were none the wiser that there was a creepy meth head living in that disheveled house, apparently watching my friends and me as we would play. As a father of a daughter, this incident will haunt me for the rest of my life. My 16-year-old daughter Laura grew up to be the brightest young lady, and my wife John and I couldn't be prouder of her. Laura was so jolly that she made friends wherever she went. It was the month of November, and everyone was getting ready to celebrate the winter festivals coming our way. Our family celebrated Thanksgiving at my brother's farmhouse every year in Ohio, so we drove there a week before Thanksgiving to make some cheerful memories. One morning, I was headed to the bank to finish some important paperwork before leaving for Ohio when I noticed a boy standing on the sidewalk facing our house and looking at the window of my daughter's room. He was smiling while staring at Laura's room. I was about to knock him out, thinking he was stalking her, but when I looked up, I saw Laura was standing in front of her window and waving at him with a blushed face. I realized now that they knew each other, so it would be better to talk to Laura first before hurling on this boy. I left and decided to sit down with Laura and talk that night. After finishing dinner, Laura was heading upstairs. I stopped her and told her to sit next to me. "I wanted to talk to you about that boy." "Who? What are you saying, Dad?" "Relax, Laura, you don't have to be afraid. I just wanted to know who he is." Her face turned red as she hesitated for some time. "Honey, don't be afraid. We just want the best for you." "Come on, tell us about him," John added. "His name is Ross. He is in my class." "Okay, where does he live?" 2 blocks away. His dad is the local sheriff." "Really? That's good. I know the sheriff. So how long have you guys been friends?" "We met at a science fair. He is a nice guy, dad. We like each other. Okay, I don't have any issues, but we need to set some boundaries for your safety. No matter how much John mocked me for becoming a bit possessive about my daughter, it was natural. I set the common boundaries that any dad would to protect his teenage daughter in her growing years. Soon, I started to see Ross walking Laura home after school. I couldn't find anything wrong with him, and being the sheriff's son, I was a bit relieved, thinking maybe he is better than other high school boys. One day, I was coming home from work, and on my way, I stopped at the local department store to buy some necessary things before leaving for Thanksgiving. There, I met the local sheriff, Mr. Daniel Truman. He was shopping for some groceries as well. I walked up to him and said, "Hello, Daniel." "Hey, how are you, Alex?" "I am good." "So, any plans for Thanksgiving?" "Not much, going to stay home with my son, I guess." "Talking about your son, are you aware that he and my daughter are becoming friends now?" I expected him to be happy about it, but instead, his face turned all serious, and he replied, "I see. What happened? Is something bothering you?" "No, just hoping they will be friends and nothing else." Saying this, he walked past me, and I felt very humiliated. I couldn't move for a few minutes as a sudden rude behavior caught me off guard. I came home and told my wife about this encounter. She too couldn't guess what could be the reason behind Sheriff Daniel's off-putting attitude. I mean, both the kids belong to good families, then why did he seem so upset his son was going out with my daughter? I didn't tell Laura all about this because I didn't want to complicate things for her at such a young age. We started to pack for our trip, and slowly this matter slipped away from my mind. 2 nights before our trip to Ohio, Laura came to me and said she doesn't want to go to her uncle's farmhouse this year. I asked her why. Laura remained silent, keeping her face down. I asked if she wished to spend Thanksgiving with Ross, and her face lit up immediately. I couldn't see my daughter sad, so I told her Ross could come with us if he wants to. Laura ran to call him, but I made sure his father agrees only then. The main reason why I allowed Ross to tag along was to keep my daughter close and also not to break her heart in this vulnerable age. The next morning, Ross came to my house. We talked about this entire trip thing, and I was stunned to see how confident he was. He was way more mature than half of the kids his age. He said his father has approved, and he is ready to come with us. Without much to do, we hopped into the car and got on the road. Ross was very well behaved, and my wife John kept saying the entire journey how cute they both looked. After driving for 3 hours, we reached Crystal Lake. The sun was about to set, and a dying yellow light mixed with the blue night sky made the horizon look like a dream. My brother and his family greeted us in the house, and Laura introduced everyone to Ross. To my surprise, Ross won everyone over in a very short span. He was helping in the kitchen, playing with the kids, and also showed interest when we watched the game. It didn't feel at all like he was an outsider. Although he was settling completely well, I couldn't help but feel a bit weird about all this. I don't know why things were seeming too good to be true to me at that moment. As the night fell, we all sat down for dinner, and everyone was laughing and cheering. I was about to shove a big piece of beef steak in my mouth when my phone rang. I noticed it on the couch, so I got up and walked to get it. Everyone else didn't pay much attention to me and kept enjoying themselves. It was a call from an unknown number. As I picked it up, I could hear sirens of cop cars driving at fast speed as the sound of wind hovered through the phone speaker. "Hello, who is it?" "Alex, you must listen to me. This is Sheriff Truman." Act calm and go somewhere where my son can't hear you, please. Don't ask any questions or take my name, just do what I say." Even though I was confused like hell, my instinct said to follow the sheriff's instructions. Without expressing anything, I slowly walked out of the room to the back garden of the house. I closed the glass door behind me, and no one noticed me. Ronald was laughing with everyone else. I am alone now. What the hell is going on, Daniel? Where is Ronald now? In the living room. Eating dinner with my family. Will you please tell me what's going on here? Alex, my son, is a deranged psychopath, and the only reason I wanted to keep him away from your daughter was to keep them both safe. I know I should have done something earlier, but as a father, I kept on burying the vicious crimes he did since he was 4 years old. First, he killed his pet dog and then started harming animals. But when he bludgeoned my wife to death, knowing she was pregnant with another child, I realized what devil we had brought into this world. He can't share those whom he thinks as his close ones. I didn't permit him to travel with you guys, so he threatened me with a gun and tied me up in the basement. When I finally managed to set myself free, I noticed he was going with one of my guns. He has taken them all and is going to murder your entire family to get Laura just for himself. You must stop him before becoming violent. Keep a close eye on him. I'm coming to your place. I have already tracked down your location from this call. Just please don't make him mad, or he will snap out like a venomous snake." Saying all this in one go, the sheriff disconnected the call, and I turned around with fearful eyes to my loving family, who were now seen laughing with a deranged murderer that has come with a plan to finish them all. I uttered to myself that I must keep calm and protect my family. I got inside and went straight to Ronald's room. My idea was to take the guns away, but as I opened his rucksack, I saw dozens of knives and other basic weapons, but the gun was missing. Seems like you and my dad both want to ruin my Thanksgiving this year. I turned back and found Ronald standing behind me with a gun. I lunged at him to take it away, but he dodged carefully and hit me on the head with the middle end of the gun. I fell unconscious on the floor with throbbing pain and heard Ronald say, "Happy Thanksgiving." I don't remember when I came back to my senses, but a squashy sound followed by a metallic smell started to take over my drowsy mind. I opened my eyes slowly and saw Laura tied up to a chair with a huge bruise on her head. She was unconscious as well, but as I laid my eyes around, I realized the danger is much bigger than this. All my family members, my wife, my brother, his wife, and his 2 kids, were lying on the floor bludgeoned to death. Yes, Ronald killed them all. What have you done? Oh, Alex, you're awake. Nothing, just getting what is mine. My dad had never understood me, but don't know why I think you will. I love your daughter, and I want her. I love her so much that I can't share her with anyone, not even her family, not even you. He raised his gun at me once again, and just then, the main door slammed open, and I heard 6 gunshots back to back. Bullets pierced his chest like crazy, and he fell on the floor, vomiting blood. As his lifeless body fell on the ground, I saw Sheriff Truman standing behind him with his empty gun. That night, a father shot his son to save another father and his daughter. I surely lost my family at the hands of a psychopath. And this pain will never go away. But whenever I think about Truman, who will have to live with this realization that he killed his son, I find my suffering small compared to him. Laura and I don't celebrate Thanksgiving anymore because neither of us feels thankful about anything in this life anymore. This happened to me last summer when I was 23. I wasn't a very outgoing kid at the time. If I ever did anything social, it was because my degenerate friends had somehow dragged me out of the house. This was one of those times, well, it was supposed to be. My friend Ralph invited me to a house party at like 8 p.m. It was pretty spontaneous, but I had nothing going on, so I reluctantly agreed to go with him. I knew he was going to give me crap if I refused. I can't even lie, though, the idea of a party, even with strangers, sounded more appealing than being alone. Ralph was a few towns over from me, so it made more sense for us to drive separately instead of going together. He gave me the address, and I was on my way. The literal second I pulled onto the street, Ralph bailed at the last minute. Rightfully so, I was super frustrated. How could he bail on me like this? There I was, feeling like a complete idiot outside a stranger's house. Annoyed but determined not to waste the night, I decided to go in. I drove all the way here, I thought. Might as well go inside. I walked up the front steps and knocked on the door. The host, Crispin, greeted me warmly. He was instantly likable, charismatic, and friendly without being a douchebag. He introduced me around, and things were actually less awkward than I had anticipated. People were really friendly to me despite not knowing who I was. There were even a few girls I had my eyes on. I decided to enjoy the party and hit the booze hard. It was getting pretty late, but the party was still raging. Admittedly, I might have overdone it with the drinking. At one point, I was so nauseous and dizzy that I needed a break. It must have been close to 3 a.m. at that point. I went upstairs to look for a bathroom, but they were all occupied. The house was deceptively big. Granted, it was probably the alcohol, but I was literally getting lost stumbling through the maze of hallways up there. After making it to the top floor, I found a door leading to what seemed like an attic or storage room. Desperate for privacy, I figured it was as good a place as any to pull myself together. I groped around blindly for the light switch, but there was none. This was definitely an attic or something, as there was also dust everywhere. There was a window in the far corner, which I opened, allowing the cool night breeze to wash over me. There was a solid minute there where I was seriously considering throwing up onto the roof. The breeze somewhat cured my nausea, though, so I just kept my head hung out of the window. It was dark outside, and the quiet was a refreshing contrast to the boisterous chaos downstairs. Sometimes all you need to restore your state of mind is a gentle breeze and some peace and quiet. Just as I was about to close the window and head back, I heard a faint noise, footsteps on the roof shingles. That didn't make any sense, though. Was I going crazy? Curious, I climbed out onto the roof. In all honesty, there was probably a 0% chance I would have done that if I had been sober. I slowly stood up and looked around. In the moonlight, I saw something terrifying. There were two masked figures with bags emerging from another window. It dawned on me, Crispin's house was being robbed. I started panicking. Should I shout? Confront them? Then a more pressing question hit me. What if they were armed? In my clumsy state of disbelief, I slipped and scuffed one of the shingles pretty loudly. One of the burglars heard it and jolted his head in my direction. Our eyes briefly met, and I froze. He nudged his partner, and the two of them quickly started making their way across the roof. Adrenaline surged through me. I couldn't let them get away. Crispin had been so welcoming, and I felt a surge of loyalty. I decided to act. I quietly followed the burglars across the roof, keeping a safe distance. They headed towards a sloping part of the roof for an easier escape. As they climbed down, I pulled out my phone to dial 911 but fumbled in my drunken state, dropping it. The phone clattered loudly, and the burglar turned sharply. "Who's there?" one of them hissed. Heart pounding, I ducked and scanned my surroundings, spotting a loose roof shingle. Without thinking, I grabbed it and hurled it towards them. It missed, but the noise startled them, causing one to lose his footing. He tumbled down the roof, crashing into the gutter before falling to the ground. The other burglar, now panicked, leaped to a neighboring tree and scrambled down. I rushed to the edge of the roof and saw the fallen burglar groaning on the ground. I needed to alert everyone. As I turned to head back, I heard sirens. Someone else must have called the cops. I stumbled back into the attic room and made my way downstairs, trying to appear calm. The party was still in full swing, oblivious to the drama outside. I found Crispin laughing and chatting with guests. "Crispin, you need to call the police. There's been a robbery." "I saw the burglar on the roof," I said. Crispin's face turned from amusement to shock. "Are you serious?" he said as he hurried to make the call. I explained what happened. The party mood shifted from celebration to concern. Apparently, one of Crispin's neighbors had coincidentally already called the police to file a noise complaint, which was an incredibly ironic turn of good fortune. When they arrived, I recounted my story, leading them to the injured burglar. The man was arrested, but his partner had fled. The party ended abruptly. People started scattering, and the lights got flipped on. I tried my best to act sober, but even after all that happened, I was still stumbling a bit. Crispin thanked me profusely, still in disbelief. As for me, I was just glad I could help despite the bizarre and terrifying circumstances. Looking back, I still can't really explain why the burglars would have chosen a house having a party to rob, but maybe they had prior knowledge of the house and knew no one would be upstairs. I figured that would be the end of the story, but fast forward a few months, and I've got quite the update. I was playing video games at Ralph's house one night when he got a call from Crispin, who invited us over for a few beers. Up until that point, I hadn't actually realized the two of them were that close. The first thing I noticed when I pulled up to Crispin's house was that the front door and every window in sight were completely different. Was I not remembering his house right? I could have sworn the windows and the front door had been white, but they were all gray and much more heavy-duty looking. Crispin waved us in, and we went down to his basement. We cracked a few beers and started playing a game of pool. To my surprise, he actually recognized me from the party and thanked me again for my trouble. What he told us was actually crazy, though. Apparently, the burglar the police caught that night refused to snitch on his partner and was currently serving a lengthy prison sentence. The police hadn't been able to get any leads into catching the other guy, though. Crispin told us that not even a week after the incident, his family started receiving threatening letters from an unknown sender, some of which included pictures of Crispin and his family members. Obviously, they reported these occurrences, but the police had no real leads. A month after that, Crispin's mom noticed a suspicious vehicle circling the house at around 1 a.m., and a few days later, Crispin's dad claimed that things in their backyard had been gone through and moved around. In response, Crispin's dad increased their home security and even went as far as to replace and reinforce all their doors and windows. I was shocked. This was still an ongoing issue for Crispin, and I had no idea how serious a situation like this could get. Summer's fast approaching, and I'm sure I'll have another update when I see Crispin again. This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, Bouquet. She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And a doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. This happened a few years ago on the 4th of July. I had recently bought a house with my girlfriend of 7 years, whom I recently asked to marry me. We already have 2 kids together. This year was the first 4th of July we were celebrating as an engaged couple and homeowners, so I wanted to make this an extra special summer. We invited a bunch of our friends and family to our house for a backyard barbecue, and I promised everyone they would see fireworks they would never forget. I bought the biggest, baddest fireworks I could find on the internet for a great price. This was not the usual Roman candle sparklers and tiny little rockets that I usually got. If I could recall, it was a firework called something in the lines of the Armageddon. It was one of those fancy fireworks boxes that shot out a variety of fireworks and allegedly lasted a minute. On the day of the 4th of July, I spent the afternoon manning the grill and catching up with my old friends. I let the older kids play with the smoke bombs and bottle rockets. But it didn't stop them from begging me to set off the big fireworks all day. I laughed it off and told them to wait until it got dark. I didn't let it show, but I was also feeling very impatient to see the real show. Finally, in the evening, it was time. There was still a bit of light, but it was dark enough. I had all my fireworks set up on the lawn of my backyard. I started with the smallest fireworks I bought from the internet, a pack of 6 exploding mortars in all different colors, and then finally, the best for last, the Armageddon. I then picked a spot in the backyard and started digging a hole. I then planted the box inside to keep it from going anywhere but up and hurting anybody in the crowd. My fiancé then handed me a grill lighter to light the fuse, then I ran back to the crowd where we were all waiting in anticipation. The fire crawled up the fuse and into the box, and then nothing. Everyone was disappointed. I was worried I might have gotten a bunch of defective fireworks from the website. I gave it about a minute, then I went over and grabbed it out of the ground. I was partly confused as to why it didn't go off and partly mad that I had apparently been ripped off. I took the box over to the fireworks table to see if I could fix it somehow. I started playing around with the fuse, nudging it back and forth to see if it would do anything, but nothing happened until that's when the damn thing went off. I felt a blinding flash of light and at the same moment felt the rocket hit my right eye and fly across my face with a trail of fire. I collapsed, screaming. After that flash of light, everything had gone black. As this realization dawned on me, I could hear everyone screaming in panic as the fireworks began shooting in every direction and at the family. A moment later, things got even worse. The rocket managed to light the entire table of fireworks on fire, and after just a few seconds, every single one of them started going off as well. It was a brutal barrage of explosion after explosion. Everyone screaming and crying and trying to get away. I couldn't see a thing. I was so in shock that I couldn't even stand up. I just cowered with my head in my hands and screamed helplessly as I listened to my family and friends being bombed by the fireworks I brought into my own home. It seemed like an eternity. I spent the entire time hoping that nobody else got hurt and that I wasn't going to be blind forever. I wished that I could get up and help, but my body kept telling me there was nothing I could do because I was already dead. It was like my entire life had been struck from existence by a single rocket. I thought for a minute that I was actually dead, but eventually, the fireworks died down, and my wife was able to come to my aid. She brought me a wet rag to cover my eyes, but I'm sure she had misunderstood the severity of my injury. She kept asking me to open my eyes despite me screaming and wailing in pain. It burns like a no, I can't see anything. Somebody give me something. All I could remember was hearing my wife scream in horror and telling me that my eyes were pitch black. In that moment, I knew how badly I messed up. My wife called 911 immediately. Obviously, I don't think anybody but me and my family were still in the backyard when the ambulance arrived. Luckily, nobody else suffered much more than a minor burn or a twisted ankle while running away. I wasn't so fortunate. While the rest of my body was uninjured, my eyes were severely damaged. I am now blind in both eyes. Today, all I can see is dim, shapeless, colorless blurs. My greatest concern is that I will never be able to see my wife ever again. Even worse, I won't be able to watch my kids grow up. I'll never see my youngest son's first steps. If I ever had another child, I will never know what they look like. If anyone ever uses fireworks of any kind, I strongly warn them in every possible way to use eye protection and to never look directly down the barrel of a firework. If I had been wearing safety glasses that day, I wouldn't be blind. This story was inspired by a disturbing incident regarding a man who lost his sight after fireworks exploded in his face. His greatest concern now is if he will ever have the chance to see his children again. The victim's name was Thomas Maiden. He was lighting fireworks on July 4th and had just lit a firework with the grill lighter but wasn't sure if the fuse had lit. Maiden then bent over the firework to check the fuse when it exploded in his face. Maiden's fiancée recalls his eyes being pitch black when he opened them. Doctors have mentioned that Maiden's only hope to regain partial sight is in his left eye with a cornea transplant and that his right eye is extensively worse and will probably need a prosthetic cornea. Maiden told reporters that he doesn't have health insurance. He and his fiancée have since set up a GoFundMe page to help cover his medical expenses. Scoring my first job at Dollar Tree felt like a total steal at 18. Sure, it was just a junky discount shop in a fading strip mall, but to me, it meant real freedom, a paycheck of my very own and a taste of independence. I'd bike over after school and work the register, occasionally stocking shelves when things slowed. The gig was mad easy: unpack boxes, slap price stickers on stuff, align everything tidy on the wire racks. My boss, Mr. Harvey, was this ancient dude who spent most shifts barricaded in his office, grumbling over spreadsheets, so I pretty much ran the front solo. No biggie for a small store peddling paper plates and off-brand sodas. We got all types wandering in off the highway nearby: truckers, moms with screaming kids, bored teenagers. The location meant Dollar Tree drew its share of odd ducks. Mostly, I didn't care as long as they didn't shoplift or harass normal shoppers. But there was this one woman who freaked me out from the start. She looked maybe 60 but seemed way older with her hunched posture and slow shuffling gait. Everything about her gave off this deep, ominous vibe that raised my neck hairs. Her steel gray hair was short and matted, dark beady eyes shone too alert beneath bushy masculine brows. Her permanent scowl revealed yellowed teeth, several broken. She'd lurk the aisles silently for hours, examining random junk. I'd find her glaring when I restocked shelves, not saying anything. If asked if she needed help, she'd just grunt and shuffle away. Her silence felt hostile, menacing. Still, I figured she was just another eccentric. Despite those disturbing vibes, I mentioned her to Mr. Harvey. He just squinted thoughtfully before shrugging. Seen her around. Keep an eye out, I guess, but we can't kick out paying customers 'cause they seem off. She causes real trouble, I'll ban her. Otherwise, forget it. So creepy lady's visits became routine. Amping up my unease whenever she appeared, my attempts at politeness went ignored, deepening her air of ominous instability. But things seemed harmless until that last closing shift. I was wiping down the front counter when she emerged from the seasonal aisle, clutching the biggest butcher knife from our depressingly small kitchenware section. My adrenaline spiked immediately. She just stood watching me, the blade glinting beneath the fluorescent lights. No words, but her dark gaze conveyed enough murderous intent to chill my pounding blood. I tried reasoning with her as she rounded the counter, weapon poised, but of course she stayed stoically silent. Backing away slowly, I scanned desperately for anything to defend myself. Flight instinct took over. I made a break for the storage room, hoping to take refuge inside. Just as I lunged through the doorway, her wiry old arm wrapped around my throat, jerking me violently against her. Rancid breath hit my face as she positioned the knife's sharp tip at my heaving sternum. Survival mode kicked in. I thrashed and elbowed wildly, feeling her ribs beneath her moth-eaten cardigan. We crashed into rickety shelves, sending boxes raining down. She slashed at me erratically with the long blade, ripping my shirt sleeve as I desperately dodged her strikes. Somehow, I spun loose and scrambled free, stumbling over scattered merchandise. Behind me, I heard Mr. Harvey roar, "Drop it, lady." Turning, I saw him stride in, brandishing a dented metal bat. With one brutal swing, he knocked the knife from her hand. She recoiled, clutching one loose fist. For a split second, her face morphed from rage to confused fear. Then she bolted out the open back door into the gathering dusk. Police searched well into nightfall with no luck tracking her down. Turns out the silent recluse was Mrs. Anurin, Harvey's mentally ill sister-in-law. Her husband left long ago, unable to handle her violent schizophrenia worsened by homelessness and refusal to properly medicate. She drifted in and out of the area for decades, occasionally rattling Harvey by showing up without warning. I almost felt bad for the old guy, having to see his unstable in-law carted off by authorities once located. When I was a kid, my best friend's name was Sarah. We lived only a few miles away from each other and would hang out all the time. I remember that many times I would go sleep over at his house, and he would also stay over at mine sometimes. Both of our houses were pretty average for the most part, although Sarah's was a little bit nicer in my opinion, and it was also a little larger. This event I'm going to talk about took place when we were both 10 years old. Sarah and I went to the same school, and one day late in the school year, I went over to his house after classes. The plan was to sleep over, and I was excited about it. I brought my sleeping bag and would sleep on the floor of his bedroom. After school, I went over to Sarah's house, and we hung out for the rest of the day. I don't remember much, but I'm pretty sure we just played video games and stuff. We had to go to bed at probably like 10 or 11 p.m. So I set up my sleeping bag, and then Sarah turned out all the lights and got into his bed. At his house, every single light was off, and I didn't really like that. In my bedroom at home, I always kept a small lamp on in the corner that gave a little bit of light, and before that, I would have a nightlight in the corner of my bedroom. I just didn't like things to be completely pitch black. I really could barely see anything, but I remember that Sarah's bedroom door was open, and there was a small light from something. I think it was maybe the thermostat. Anyways, I remember trying to fall asleep. Sarah seemed to fall asleep pretty quickly, but I didn't. I really wasn't that tired for some reason. I was lying there awake and eventually tried falling asleep, but after a while, I just couldn't. Sarah's bedroom was towards the end of the hallway where the other bedrooms were. Everybody else in his family had long gone to sleep, and the house was completely silent. But then I thought that I heard the sound of somebody walking. I thought maybe it was Sarah's parents or something. It was very quiet because basically, the entire house was carpet, so it wasn't easy to hear the footsteps, but you still could, especially when it was this quiet. I looked over and then thought that I saw somebody coming into view. I could only see a small part of the hallway through the open bedroom door, but then it seemed like somebody walked towards the doorway. It was so dark that I couldn't see very well, but I kept watching. Then I saw much more clearly a man walking into the doorway of Sarah's room. When I saw this, I realized that even though it was really dark, I could tell that it wasn't Sarah's dad. I had no idea who it could be. I closed my eyes and didn't move a muscle. I was pretending to be asleep even though I wasn't. The man kept standing there for a little while. After probably like 30 seconds, I opened my eyes again, and he was still there. He was just standing in the doorway and facing us. I couldn't completely tell if he was looking at me. I didn't move my head at all and just opened my eyes very carefully. I closed my eyes again and pretended to be asleep. I just hoped that the man wouldn't enter Sarah's room. Then I heard the guy sort of walking away down the hallway. I really didn't know who this guy was or why he was here. I also didn't know if he was going to come back or not. As I laid there, I just kept closing my eyes and didn't move. During this time, I didn't really hear any more noises. I was really too scared to get up and wake Sarah up or do anything else. Eventually, after I'm not even sure how long, I fell asleep. The next thing I knew, I was waking up, and it was still dark out. Sarah was tapping me on the shoulder telling me to wake up. After sitting up in my sleeping bag, I noticed that Sarah's bedroom door was now closed. He then told me that there was a man in the house and the police were on the way. We were supposed to stay in his bedroom and not leave. Then we waited inside Sarah's bedroom and didn't really hear much, but after a while later, the police arrived and we continued to stay in the bedroom. After a long time, Sarah's parents finally came and told us what happened. We found out that a man was located hiding in the basement. I guess he tried opening Sarah's parents' bedroom, and it woke both of them up. The man fled, and Sarah's parents called the cops. Then they knew that the man was at the other end of the house, and Sarah woke up from the noise. He then left the bedroom to see what was going on, and when he returned, he woke me up. I guess it was the same man that I had seen. I'm really glad that the man didn't cause any harm. I never found out why he had entered or how he had entered the house. I slept over at Sarah's house multiple times after that, and luckily nothing like that ever happened again. There was a thread on the main page asking cops if they have ever experienced anything creepy or odd at a crime scene. I posted the following story, and some people said I should submit it over here. I'm new here, so be gentle. This is the entire post, but the second story is the one that got the most attention. I've seen a lot of suicides, but one sticks out. This elderly female had her daughter living with her. She called us because she hadn't seen her daughter for 2 days and hadn't heard her moving around upstairs. The stairway going up was very narrow, and at the top was a direct 90-degree turn into the bedroom, and the mother was too elderly to climb the stairs, so she called us. We get there and enter the bedroom and find the daughter dead. She hung herself by tying the rope from her robe around her neck and the other end to the bedpost. Then she just laid on the floor and let her weight compress the rope. It seemed odd because she could have easily just sat up or lifted herself up to keep from being strangled. Almost would have thought her body would have done it on its own as a defense mechanism. Anyway, we untie her and check vitals, and she's gone. We need to check the body for signs of trauma, so we do that. As we're turning her over, the air escapes from her lungs, and she goes, and I feel the air blow over my arm, and it grossed me out big time. Anyway, we couldn't get her out of the room because the stairway was too narrow. Ambulance arrives, and we strap her to a backboard and lower her out the window and down the ladder of the fire truck. I felt terrible for the mother because she was in hysterics and her daughter being tossed out the upstairs window with the whole neighborhood watching. I never found out any details about her body afterward, so I don't know if she took pills and then laid down and passed out, etc., but that method of suicide struck me as very odd. Next, gun alarm called to a home where someone had committed suicide the year before. The house was still owned by the family, but it sat unused, and no one lived there. Another officer and I clear the house and advise dispatch that everything is kosher. No forced entry anywhere, but the back door was unlocked. We contacted the owner, and he told us he leaves it unlocked. Whatever. Anyway, we're in the house just looking around, remarking how it's a shame that the house just sits there unused. The other officer goes to take a leak, and I'm standing there in the living room when I hear footsteps upstairs. Now we check the entire upstairs, each room, every closet, bathroom, etc. My partner yells from the bathroom, "Are those footsteps?" He comes out zipping up, and we rush upstairs. Nothing. Doors to the rooms are open. We check each room again, each closet, everywhere. The upstairs is flat out empty. There wasn't even furniture left in the house. He's in one room, and I'm in another when I feel this coldness enter the room. It was just a cold that felt like it encompassed my entire body. Then it was as if someone in front of me was shoving me with both hands. It was a very distinct feeling of two hands shoving me backward by pushing my chest. I'm a cop. Normally, someone shoves you, and it's game on, but this time there was no one there, just an empty room. I must have sat there with a stupid look on my face for maybe a second or two, then I left the room completely creeped out. I met my buddy in the hallway, and he tells me I look weird. I tell him what happened, and he says, "Yeah, this place is creepy. Let's bounce." It was daytime, and the house was fully lit as there were no curtains or shades on any of the windows. Later, I told my supervisor about it, and he said he went to an alarm call there as well, and as soon as he went inside, he got that creepy feeling where it feels like you're being watched. My best friend and I decided to get jobs at the same place. It was this diner that had to look like it was from the 50s, even though it had only been open for a few years. We were excited to work together, but it ended up being the worst decision I ever made. The problems really stemmed from the fact that we were both incredibly competitive people. Both of us wanted to be the best employee, and it turned into a competition that actually made us hate each other. We were constantly trying to outdo one another, and I got tired of it quickly. I started dating one of our coworkers. His name was Johnson, and he was super sweet to me. I had a crush on him for quite a while. The problem was that I had no idea my ex-best friend, Jessica, also had a crush on him. We hadn't spoken on a personal level for months, so there was no way that I would have known about it. But to be honest, in reality, even if I did know, it probably wouldn't have changed anything. We hadn't been friends for a while. Johnson and I were respectful when it came to showing our affection at work. We knew a lot of people didn't like PDAs, so most of our affection on the job consisted of smiling, maybe winking at each other, that kind of thing. Anytime Jessica saw this, she just kind of scoffed and acted like she was going to throw up. I thought she was just being childish and tried not to think anything of it, but it stopped being childish and turned into her doing everything she could to sabotage me every day at work. I knew she wanted to get me fired, but her obsession with it got way too excessive. Scheduling was handled by our district manager, and I had a very specific schedule set up because I was taking some college courses a few days a week. I had shown up for my Monday shift at 4:30 p.m., and the second I walked in, my manager started yelling at me for being late. I was confused because I always came in at 4:30 on Mondays, but he pointed to the schedule, and according to that, I was over 6 hours late. I was given a formal warning, and Jessica was standing right there smirking at me. It was obvious she had something to do with it, but I didn't want any more issues that day, so I just left it be. It got worse the next week when I had cleaned the bathroom at the end of the day. I hated cleaning the bathroom, but it had to be done. Our manager went around the restaurant after we had closed to make sure everything was looking good so we could all leave. But when he came out of the bathroom, his face was pale, and he was gagging. He could barely stand upright, and when the door opened, the smell was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. He screamed and asked why the bathroom hadn't been cleaned. I was adamant that I had cleaned it only 30 minutes before then, so he told me to go look at the clean bathroom and let him know if I still thought it was clean. I walked in and was met with the horrible stench of, well, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, and it was everywhere. Someone had relieved themselves in that bathroom and hadn't even attempted to make it to the toilet. It was on the walls, the floors, the sinks everywhere, and I ran out of the bathroom with tears coming down my face. I was trying hard not to, but I threw up right there on the floor. I was confused and disgusted, but also knew for a fact that it was Jessica. She was the only one who had gone in there after we had closed, and no matter how much I wanted to believe that she wasn't capable of doing something like that, it was clearly her. She started laughing as she watched me get sick over the mess she had made. I accused her in front of everyone, but she denied it. She even started crying and said I was awful for saying that she would do something like that, and obviously, I had noticed it before and just didn't want to clean it up. Of course, everyone believed her. Her plan didn't go as well as she had hoped, though, because our manager absolutely was not going to allow any of us to clean it up. We had to hire an actual hazmat team to come in and clean the crap up because it was considered too toxic for someone not trained to clean up human waste like that. I'm not even kidding, and I got a text later that night from Jessica that was just a bunch of poop emojis followed by laughing emojis. I couldn't believe I was actually friends with her before. The week after that happened, I showed up for work, and Johnson was furious with me. I asked him why over and over again, but he wouldn't talk to me at all. I opened my locker in the back, and inside was a printed up picture of a screenshot, apparently of me texting Jessica and telling her I had cheated on Johnson. I told him it was photoshopped and even let him look through my phone, but it didn't matter. He broke up with me right then and there. Jessica decided to rub salt in the wound, so to speak, and that same week she told our manager that I was interested in him and that I was too scared to tell him. This, of course, wasn't true, and all it did was make for the most uncomfortable day of my life. Any time I walked over to him, he made sure to stand almost 5 feet away from me at all times. I didn't know why and finally asked him and was shocked to hear that he thought I wanted to start a relationship with him. I told him it wasn't true, but clearly, he didn't believe me. Jessica also started rumors with our other coworkers, saying I was talking behind their backs and saying awful stuff about them. She made everyone at the restaurant despise me. No matter how much I wished I could tell you that this was a happy ending, it just wasn't. I was fired only 2 months after putting up with Jessica's antics. I told our manager that it was her who was behind everything and that I was a good employee, but he just told me that I should get help for my obvious mental issues. I turned in all of my work clothes and didn't even bother saying bye to everyone since they all hated me anyway. I ended up getting super depressed after that. No other place in town wanted to hire me because Jessica had sent a mass email to most local restaurants telling them about what had happened at the diner. I guess a bad reputation, false or not, really does follow you. I ended up moving back in with my parents in my hometown a few states away and was able to find a job doing something I actually liked. Last I heard, Jessica still worked at the diner, which does make me feel a little bit better knowing she's probably not happy. As for me, I'm relatively happy but still getting very paranoid when making friends at work. I just really don't want to meet another person like Jessica and have to go through that all over again. Another strange thing happened in 2013 when I was 17. My family was looking at a house, and the owner showed up to talk with my parents. He seemed like a nice older man and mentioned that he had built the house himself. It was a pretty nice 2-story house overlooking a river. Anyway, I was standing back, watching everyone talk, when suddenly, there was a break in the conversation. The owner turned away from my parents and his expression completely. And instantly, he changes from a kind of happy expression to the most sinister and hateful scowl I've ever seen. I don't think he noticed me watching, and I probably appeared to be on my phone as my head was down. As soon as he turned back, he instantly went back to smiling. It was so creepy to me and honestly made me feel sick. I told my mom, who also said it was kind of weird, but maybe he's just awkward. So, we got the house, moved in, and the next weekend, my family was going to church. I didn't feel like going, so they all left me at home. It was Sunday morning, about 11 a.m., when I heard really loud banging outside. It was rhythmic, and it was coming from the side of the house. I was on the other side of the house, on the second floor. Honestly, my dumbass thought it was maybe the wind. It was stormy that day, and I didn't think much of it. It stopped after about 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, I heard walking around downstairs, chairs moving, kitchen cabinets opening, and the fridge opening. I immediately, quietly locked my door, grabbed my baseball bat, and called 911. While telling them my address, I texted my mom, telling her that someone was in the house and that I had called 911. At that point, the operator said someone was 10 minutes out. I told her I heard steps walking toward the stairs. Basically, the house is so thin, I could track where he was in the house. At this time, my mom responded that she was on her way, but she was 30 minutes away. Here's a 17-year-old, 5 feet 2 inches, 100 pounds girl, hunkered in her room, full well knowing that if he came in, he'd overpower me and take the bat. I was terrified. I heard him walk down the hallway toward my door, and I saw the handle turn and stop. It was locked. I heard him standing there, not moving. I could even hear his breathing. It felt like forever, but really it was about 10 seconds. I heard him turn, go back down, and I heard the back door open and shut. About 3 minutes later, the police pulled up. The 911 operator asked if I could let them in or if they needed to force their way inside. I knew he had left, so I let them in. No one was there, no sign of forced entry, nothing. When my mom got there, she looked at my stepdad and asked if he had changed the locks. He hadn't. I think the creepiest part, and what really validated my story, was that my mom had just vacuumed the hallway, and there were shoe prints larger than anyone in our house. The police hadn't even been up there, they stopped just outside my room. In the spring of 1980, 72-year-old nun Sister Margaret and Paul was serving at the Mercy Hospital in Toledo, Ohio, as the caretaker of the hospital's Catholic chapel. One of her closest colleagues at the time was the hospital's chaplain, 42-year-old Father Gerald Robert. Sister Margaret often worked closely with the popular clergymen, as naturally, their duties at the hospital kept them very busy indeed. Given that she brought so much comfort and solace to the many patients who visited the hospital, Sister Margaret was much loved by all that knew her. Sure, she could be strict, but that diligence and commitment to those in need proved objectively admirable. But that's what made Sister Margaret's fate all the more shocking, that a universally adored and respected member of the community could be subjected to what can only be described as pure evil. Unlike its calendar neighbors of Good Friday and Easter Sunday, Holy Saturday doesn't quite receive as much attention, and maybe that's because of its much darker nature. You see, Holy Saturday marks the so-called harrowing of hell, when Christ supposedly descended into hell to liberate the righteous who had previously been condemned to burn. The relevant Bible verses reference all kinds of terrifying, unholy things that Jesus witnessed on his march to confront Satan. It's difficult to think that the day in question didn't play a part in what happened to Sister Margaret. Because on Holy Saturday of 1980, a patient walked into the Mercy Hospital chapel to say a few prayers and found something so awful that the image would be burned into their memory forever. Lying on the floor of the chapel was the horribly mutilated corpse of none other than Sister Margaret and Paul. Following the post-mortem, it was found that the official cause of death was oxygen deprivation as a result of strangulation. But for some reason, once her life had been snuffed out, her killer had chosen to stab her 31 times around her chest, neck, and face. But there had been a method to the killer's horrifying madness. With most of the deep stab wounds forming the shape of an upside-down cross in Sister Margaret's torso. Her killer had also taken the time to anoint her with her own blood, smearing a cross on her forehead in a sick mockery of the well-known Catholic rite. But that's not all. Sister Margaret's killer had also wrenched open her habit, denying her dignity even in death. And while it was clear from forensic examination that the killer hadn't carnally violated her, they had taken the time to violently shove a small wooden cross somewhere it seriously did not belong. The scream that the patient let out upon finding Sister Margaret's body had people coming running from all directions. No one could quite believe it, and none, of all people, slaughtered in such a horrendous way before being mutilated in a despicably sacrilegious manner. What kind of monster was capable of doing such a thing to a woman of God, of all people? Obviously, Father Gerald Robert was devastated and insisted on presiding over Sister Margaret's funeral just 4 days later. Many described him as being in a state of shock, seemingly unable to handle the fact that his close colleague had been so horribly defiled. Some said he stayed with Sister Margaret's body as it lay in state at the funeral home, praying that she might find the peace in death that was so denied to her during her final moments. On top of that, he fully cooperated with the ensuing police investigation, the conclusions of which would rock the city of Toledo and traumatize the wider Christian community. After a long and painstaking analysis of the crime scene, homicide detectives discovered a rather interesting bloodstain on an altar cloth near Sister Margaret's body. The stain was rough in places, but in one part, an image of the U.S. Capitol building is visible, almost like blood had gotten onto a ring or medallion that was then pressed against the altar cloth. Sister Margaret certainly wasn't in possession of anything bearing that symbol when she died, so surely a huge piece of evidence would be finding whoever the medallion or ring belonged to. During the investigation, one of the homicide detectives found themselves in Father Robert's office discussing those who might have visited the chapel on the day of Sister Margaret's murder. Obviously, Father Robert was a very busy man and was forced to leave his office several times to attend to business, leaving the homicide detectives alone to nose around the room. At one point, the detective noticed an ornate letter opener that lay on Father Robert's office desk. It appeared to be a gift from some kind of federal politician and bore an inscription thanking Father Robert for his service. But the thing that really grabbed the detective's attention was the small engraving of the U.S. Capitol building, as if a small medallion had been welded onto the blade. There was a darn good chance that what the detective held in his hand that day was the murder weapon that had ended the life of Sister Margaret, thus making Father Robert the case's only serious suspect. However, the detective in question was a devout Catholic and, shockingly, he concluded that there was no way Father Robert could have committed such an unholy crime, given his status as a man of the cloth. As a result, Father Robert was never even interviewed under caution, let alone arrested for a crime he was quite obviously a suspect of. All was quiet for 23 years, with the then 65-year-old Father Robert continuing to serve in 3 different Toledo diocese parishes. Then, one day, a woman wrote a letter to the local police department claiming that Father Robert had done terrible things to her as a child in a long campaign of abuse that involved satanic ritualistic behavior, including human blood sacrifice. Father Robert was then questioned by police, and whatever happened during the interview, it spurred detectives not only to investigate the abuse allegations but also to reopen the cold case involving Sister Margaret's murder. Following the exhumation of Sister Margaret's body, a forensic pathologist noted that a stab wound in the victim's jaw could have been made by the letter opener found in Father Robert's apartment. A DNA analysis of the victim's fingernail scrapings and underwear were somewhat inconclusive, but that didn't matter to police. They had their murder weapon. As a result, the police went to Father Robert's home in April of 2006 and arrested him on suspicion of murder. He was held without bail at the Lucas County Jail, where he vehemently denied any of the allegations leveled at him. Yet the fact remained that the cops had still arrested Father Robert on little more than circumstantial evidence. There was no motive, no confession, no eyewitnesses, and no physical evidence linking him to the scene of the crime. However, call it a detective's hunch, but one officer in particular was transfixed on what happened during an interview in 2004. At one point during the interview, the 2 questioning detectives leave the room for a moment, leaving Father Robert alone, but monitored by the interview room's camera. Footage shows the priest folding his hands together in prayer before muttering something under his breath that included the words, "Sister. Oh my Jesus, and forgive me." It was those 2 words, "forgive me," that the prosecution brought up in court over and over again. The defense argued that it was simply part of a prayer that Father Robert recited routinely and wasn't the priest directly asking the murdered nun for forgiveness. It seemed far too much of a coincidence that those words should be picked up by the interview mic and in that particular order. The prosecution also argued that the letter opener was obviously the murder weapon, going so far as to see if it fit the stab wounds on the bones of Sister Margaret's ribcage. One member of the prosecution team told the jury that it fit the wounds like a key in a lock, and a forensic scientist also testified that the altar cloth bloodstains were consistent with the general shape of the letter opener. So, on May 11th of 2006, a jury found Father Robert guilty of murder. The 70-year-old priest became the 2nd priest in American history to be convicted of criminal homicide, and he was sentenced to serve 15 years to life at the Hocking Correctional Facility in southern Ohio. Yet, still, he protested his innocence, lodging numerous appeals over the years that were mostly centered around the possibility of the murder being carried out by a serial killer named Coral Eugene Watts. But despite eerie similarities between Sister Margaret's murder and those of Watts's victims, the Court of Appeals repeatedly denied Father Robert a retrial. It seems there was a fair amount of evidence that wasn't presented in court that only strengthened the prosecution's case. Although it hasn't been made available to the public, we can only assume that the evidence shows Father Robert to be the satanic homicidal monster that he so vehemently denies, and that he is simply masquerading as a man of the cloth to distract from the darkness brewing inside of him. Thankfully, Father Robert died of a heart attack before he could ever be released, passing away on July 4, 2014, after a long stay in the prison hospital. Perhaps one day the unseen evidence will come to light and the true depths of the priest's depravity will be revealed. But for now, we can only guess at the kind of evil he was if he was denied an appeal on 3 separate occasions, and be grateful to a justice system that recognized a monster when it saw one. I've been a night owl my whole life, so I work night shifts exclusively. I really don't work well with other people, whether they're my coworkers or not. So I picked a job I could do completely on my own. I became a nighttime janitor for my local school district after I graduated from high school. Schools have always had nightly cleaning as part of health codes in most areas, but obviously, in recent years, it's become much more important. My first job was in a fairly large K-12 school. There were a couple of daytime custodians as well, but at night it was just me and one other person splitting the school down the middle. My coworker and I barely ever interacted, which I appreciated a lot. Every single night, all the floors get mopped, revacuumed, every desk, table, and door handle is disinfected, and every toilet, urinal, and sink also gets cleaned. It takes a full 8-hour shift to accomplish, and for that entire time, I don't talk to a single person. It's great, honestly. Most of my coworkers are women, and they don't want me talking to them either. When I tell people about my job, a lot of them think the hardest part is cleaning up after the messes left by the students. For the most part, I guess they are right, but I always tell them I would rather plunge and clean 10 clogged and traumatized toilets every single night than ever have to work directly with another human being all day long, especially a horde of minors. These days, there's one example I give of why I say that. It was the night after Halloween. I came in for my usual shift and got started without even saying hello to my coworker. We started on opposite ends and met in the middle, so we would only see each other when we were finishing up. The first hour was mostly normal except for one obvious thing out of the ordinary. I always keep my music at a low volume on my headphones, but from outside them, I kept hearing things. Usually, all the other faculty are gone by 8 p.m., but sometimes there's somebody who stays late. I couldn't decide what I was hearing through my music, but I wasn't in the mood to turn it off, so I just ignored it. A little while later, I took a break from mopping to change the water in the bucket. I was gone for about 5 minutes, but on my way back to where I stopped, I walked past one of the hallways I had just mopped and noticed the wet floor sign had fallen over. For legal reasons, I had to step over the wet floor and stand it back up, then mop back over my tracks. Annoyed, I walked over to it but froze for a moment when something else caught my eye. There was another set of tracks in the water, leading to and from the sign. They were little footprints, something a kid would make. After I stood the sign back up, I followed the tracks, knowing I would have to mop over those too, basically redoing the whole hallway. The tracks ran all the way to the end, where there was a flight of stairs up to the second floor. From there, they dried up pretty quickly. I stormed up the stairs and got to the second floor, but nobody was there. I took my phone out of my pocket and paused my music so I would be able to hear if anyone was running around. Right as I looked down, I saw a flash of movement at the end of the hallway. I also heard a bunch of footsteps echoing across the empty school, so I started making my way to the end of the hall. By the time I got there, I still couldn't see anyone, but then I heard a little kid laughing. It felt like I was in a horror movie, but at that point, I was more annoyed than scared. I stood there looking around for a few seconds until I heard a crash from the first floor. I rushed downstairs and nearly flipped my lid when I saw the mop bucket I had just refilled was knocked over. The water was spilling everywhere in a huge pool. I absolutely swore my head off as I went back to the nearest janitor's closet for a dry mop and a bunch of towels. It took me half an hour to clean up that mess and then another 15 minutes to redo the hallway that got messed up, which meant my break was down to 15 minutes. However, I was so pissed off that I walked to the other side of the school and interrupted my coworker to ask if she had been messing with me. She looked completely dumbfounded and innocent. She asked if I was all right or needed any help, but to that, I just walked away. I set up again and got back to work. Another hour passed, and I managed to make up some lost progress. I was angrily powering through it, debating in my head the whole time about what I should do. I thought about reporting it to the school or maybe just calling the police myself, but in the end, I figured I would seem crazy to everyone, just like I did to my coworker, so nothing happened. Again, until 11 o'clock, out of nowhere, the lights shut off in the whole school. It was pitch black for about 3 seconds until the emergency lights turned on, giving everything a reddish hue. It came as a shock to me, and to be honest, I was worried. I tried to tell myself it was a malfunction or maybe some kids messing around, but my mind was going to all sorts of possibilities. I had keys to the electrical room where the light switches were, and I was the closest to it, so I stopped what I was doing and marched over. I was pissed off about losing more time and missing out on my entire break. But halfway there, something pushed those concerns out of my head. I heard the most blood-curdling scream of my life, the panic shriek of my coworker echoing endlessly. I stopped in my tracks, feeling like I had just been hit by an electric shock. Seconds later, I heard the sound of a door opening really loudly, like someone was ramming through it from the inside. I hoped it was my coworker escaping and not somebody else making their way into the school. I forced myself to keep going and finally made it to the electrical room. I was right outside the door trying to find the right key when I noticed that it was already cracked open. I pushed it open slowly, afraid of what I might see, and a shape appeared in front of me, standing unnaturally in the darkness. My blood ran cold. It could have been anyone. I gave up on trying to turn on the lights and instead reached over for my phone in my pocket. However, as soon as I moved, the figure bolted forward and slammed the door in my face. I cursed and jumped back, stumbling until my back hit the wall behind me. Once I regained my balance, I started running. I wanted to leave, but for once in my life, I thought about the well-being of somebody else and ran to the other side of the school to find my coworker. After checking a few of her hallways, I finally found her mop bucket sitting alone in the middle of the floor next to a bathroom. Without hesitation, I rushed over to it, hoping not to see any evidence that she had been hurt. Nothing seemed unusual except for the fact that she was nowhere to be found. I looked all around in the dim lighting, but as far as I could tell, I was alone. But not completely alone. The sound of a laughing child echoed in the distance again, striking fear into my chest. I clutched the handle of the mop, for lack of anything else to defend myself with, and lifted it out of the bucket, holding the end of the handle out like a spear. I faced the direction of the laughter, looking down the hallway so intently I got tunnel vision. In a moment of sheer terror, someone whispered, "Hello," into my ear. I turned around and, without thinking, jabbed the handle of the mop into their chest with all my might. I heard a grunt as the person who snuck up on me hit the ground and vomited only a second later. I shouted at them to tell me who they were, but then they started to cry. I could tell they were trying to hold it back, but they couldn't. Gradually, my eyes made out what I was looking at. It was a student kneeling on the floor. Suddenly, All my fear of danger was replaced with the fear of losing my job for hitting a student. However, as things shook out over the next few days, it turned out all right. Two twins in the 9th grade and their little brother got the idea to keep the spirit of Halloween going and prank the overnighters in the school by hiding in the lockers. There was one set of lockers in the whole building that wasn't in use and had no locks or ties on them, and those kids were skinny enough to fit in there and hide. After doing their after-school activities, they managed to avoid being expelled, probably from crying a lot. The school district understood my actions and let me keep my job, but I was transferred to a different school. All in all, this is why I don't like people, especially kids. My family and I live throughout the middle of Georgia. Not many stories come out of this area, and this one I'm about to share makes us glad of that fact. My cousin, who we all called Tony, has been a police officer for 5 years. He went into the force bright-eyed and optimistic, I guess like so many do. It sounds corny, but he genuinely wanted to make a difference and help improve the lives of the people in his community. One day, they got an alert from a house somewhere between Macon and Roberta. To hear Tony tell it, it was a place that people had thought was abandoned for years. It gives you an idea of the state the house was in. Anyway, when they arrived, an older gentleman was sitting on the steps outside the front door with his hands in his pockets. Tony and the other officer approached him and were alarmed to see that the man was crying. Well, not crying really, but sobbing. He was also muttering something to himself about how awful it is. They tried to question the man, but the guy was completely incoherent. It didn't take but a couple of seconds to figure out that the poor guy was traumatized. As his partner called for another car, Tony drew his gun and decided to enter the house. The smell inside the house was overpoweringly rancid. He told me that the kitchen and living room were a total wreck. It was clear the owners of the house were hoarders. Pots and pans stacked damn near to the ceilings, spoiled food all over the table, takeout containers scattered all over the floor, disgusting. As procedure dictates, Tony called out to see if anyone would answer. Silence. He told me that even with all his training and experience over those past 5 years, his heart rate was already building fast. Gun at the ready, he checked out the living room and saw nobody was there either. He made his way down the hall, where the smell was getting much worse. Just as it all became too much, he covered his mouth and nose and opened the door to what he suspected was the bedroom. In the bed were 2 corpses, gray-skinned and covered with flies. Despite his churning stomach, Tony decided to go in for a closer look, a decision he said he's regretted since. One of the corpses was male, the other female. The skin on their faces was already starting to fall off and the flies were flying in and out of their mouths. Some were landing and sitting on their eyeballs. As Tony inspected the female's corpse, he was horrified to find that she was holding an even smaller dead body, an infant. It wasn't until a large cockroach crawled out of the dead infant's mouth that Tony ran outside the house, tumbled over, and threw up his lunch all over the steps the man had been sitting on. When the other cars finally arrived, they were able to do a more thorough inspection. The older man that Tony and his partner had met when they first arrived was a former co-worker and friend of the dead man. They'd worked together at a peach packing company. The man hadn't shown up for over a week, and he'd gone to their house to see if he was okay. The poor man had been the first to see that horrible sight in the bedroom. The story that they put together was that the wife and husband had at some point become addicted to opioids after some kind of operation a year or so before. They had started abusing painkillers together, and the addiction grew and grew until they started shooting up and snorting heroin. Their daughter, who wasn't more than a couple of years old, had died of neglect. When the husband and wife discovered their baby's corpse, they finally broke completely and decided to end themselves. The coroner found enough heroin in both their bodies to kill them twice over. Tony's still on the force, but he started drinking a little too much after that. He's been going to therapy, and he's since managed to get his drinking under control, but almost every time we talk, he says that he still has nightmares about that poor child's corpse. And in his nightmares, the baby's still crying. I was 14 when the story took place. It was my first year hunting deer with my family, specifically my father, my cousin, and myself. To paint a picture, my blind was 2 miles south of my father's, with his stand being 9 miles southwest to my camp. We drove a four-wheeler about 100 yards away from his stand, which left me with a while to walk before I even got to mine. I live in northern Michigan, and during the winter, it gets dark quickly and early. It was around 4 p.m. when I started to get cold and decided to close up my tent. I was hunting with a .243 rifle that had a pink camo cover on it, with a strap around so I could hang it off my back. I closed up my blind zippers and put my garbage away in a bucket I had. As I was throwing away my trash, I heard a couple of leaves crumble, so I immediately turned my head up to see if it was a deer. After about a minute, I brushed it off as a squirrel or a bird. Disappointed, I closed my blind and headed to my father's. As I was taking my first steps out of my blind, I could see a fresh pathway brushed through the leaves. It was a wide path, not from a small animal or even a deer. I immediately started thinking it was a bear or wolf, so I started speed walking to where my dad was. I started to panic as it got even darker, and I was still roughly a mile away. I was just walking when I was stopped in my tracks by one of the most haunting and horrifying noises I'd ever heard. The best way to describe it was a bear/man that was being murdered. The sound was roughly 150 yards back as I started to run. Running with boots and thick hunting gear was hard with 20 pounds on my back, but fear pushed me through, and I didn't stop. Around 25 seconds later, I was still running when I heard it again. This time it was louder and closer. At this point, it was completely dark out, with the moon being the only source of light. I turned around with my headlight, and what I saw is still the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Around 50 yards away, I saw a black figure in the dark, illuminated by the moonlight behind it. It was around 10 feet tall and skinny. Without thinking twice, I started running while trying to get my gun off my back. I didn't know where I was running, but I just ran. I ended up on a road that I recognized as Rabbit Road, the road that connects my camp with the entrance to the hunting area. I ran on the road until I got to my camp. By the time I got in sight of my cabin, I turned around again and saw it again, this time further away. It was still standing up, and I can only describe it as a tall, black, skinny figure. It had long arms and long legs. As I got on my cabin steps, I threw up from exhaustion and continued to vomit for about a minute, then later passed out. I woke up to the sound of my dad's four-wheeler turning into the cabin driveway. I started crying as I ran up to him, hugging him. I quickly told him the story of what happened and how I ran back without stopping. He didn't believe me at first, but as we got settled inside, his face started to change as he saw the desperation in my eyes. I didn't sleep that night or for weeks after. People have told me it was most likely a bear or that I was just seeing things, but I know what I saw. I'm older now, and I only hunt with someone with me. I also hunt with a bigger gun because it gives me reassurance that I could shoot something larger. As I'm writing this was the scariest experience of my life. When I was 14 years old, my family and I went on a boating trip out of Melbourne's Western Port Bay. I remember being at the helm with my father, steering the little boat over the waves, and then the next thing we knew, my big brother was shouting that water was coming and happened so fast. Mom and Dad were shouting for us to stay together, and then suddenly, the boat tipped over, and we were in the water. We later found out that the bottom of our boat had been almost completely rotten and that its owners had been extremely and willfully negligent in renting it to us. We had no choice but to start swimming. Since it was late in the evening, no one had seen us go down, so it was up to us to rescue ourselves. I was a reasonably good swimmer, and we all had life jackets on, but it was still around 2 miles back to shore. Land looked like it was a long, long way away. Darkness fell as we were swimming, but my dad started to struggle, and my big brother swam back to try and help him. My mom and I stuck together and kept going, but we soon lost sight of my father and brother. Seagulls cried out above me, and I kept imagining that they were warning me of an attack from sharks that were no doubt swimming in the waters around us. I could see land, but it didn't seem to get any closer. Finally, after more than 3 hours in that water, I felt the sandy bottom against my feet. I'd reached the mud flats of what I believed was the mainland, but my mom, dad, and brother were nowhere to be seen. I was weak, cold, and exhausted. I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist, and this was even more terrifying than the swimming. The mud kept on sucking me down, and I was terrified that I'd sink and be suffocated. My muscles ached, my lungs burned, and I felt like I was about to pass out at points, but at the same time, I knew the clock was ticking, that it was essentially down to me and me alone to get help from my family. The clock was ticking in my head, and I needed to get my family the help they badly needed. When I finally made it ashore, I realized that I was on French Island, an island with an old disused prison on it that has only about 40 people on it. I ran through the bushland, using up the last reserves of my energy, it felt like, and feeling thorns scratching against my legs and arms. I ran for a long time too, stopping every so often to catch my breath before continuing through the bush. Finally, I found a house, and after banging on the door, someone opened it, and I told them what had happened. I just remember crying and crying as they tried to comfort me and how I begged them to help find my family. They told me everything was going to be okay and that they'd contacted the Victoria Coast Guard. I appreciate that they were just trying to console me, but I knew they were wrong. The next morning, the bodies of my mom, dad, and older brother were recovered from the water off the coast of Fairhaven. Words can't express how devastated I was, and I was filled with this overwhelming survivor guilt, thinking that I should be the one dead. For 5 long years, I was a wreck, and I think I might be dead from drink and drugs if it wasn't for the birth of my first kid. For a long, long time, I avoided any kind of large body of water, which included swimming pools, before my therapist suggested that I undertake some exposure therapy. This would involve brief trips to a local pool, but at first, my anxiety was so bad that even if my head was above the water, I just couldn't breathe. I tried for 4 months, but nothing worked until a local swim coach heard my story and offered some help. Over the next year or so, the therapy started to chip away at my fear until finally, I was able to look at the sea without feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. My proudest moment has been taking part in a charity swim across the Rip, which is an infamously rough stretch of water. We helped raise money for a domestic violence charity here in Australia, which is a cause very close to my heart for reasons that could well make for another true scary story. It might have taken me 20 years, but I no longer let my fear control me. I now understand that what happened wasn't my fault, but the irony of needing water to heal the very trauma that it created has never been lost on me. When I joined Reddit a few years ago, I wasn't sure how I'd be treated. I was almost 50 and had no idea what younger people were into. As I suspected, I was treated with suspicion and disrespect in the beginning. In most Redditors' eyes, I was nothing more than a clueless boomer. Part of that may have been correct. I'd been busy raising a daughter and didn't have time to keep up with all the newest music and lingo. And now, I'm divorced, and my girl is married. I finally have the time, and despite a rocky first few months, the negative comments began to give way to honest curiosity. My age gave me the advantage. My life experience could help those in search of certain answers. I started frequenting forums where what I knew was welcomed. Since then, I've made a lot of friends on here, and many are even older than me. I noticed there's a lot of objects out there, while no longer in common use, most people know what they are. The 8-track cassette comes to mind, and you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody under 40 who ever actually used one. Yet, there is another group of objects that were once very popular and are now almost completely unknown to the younger generations. One example would be lawn darts or yard darts. They were just what they sound like, big darts that you would toss into the air and try to land in a big rain. As you can imagine, they were super dangerous. After a bunch of kids got skewered by them, they were pulled off the market. Another of these things just so happened to play a very big part in my life. I'll bring you back to 1984, the year that I turned 11, and life was great for a kid. G.I. Joe was on TV, Van Halen was the coolest band around, and I was spending the summer with my grandparents on their farm. My birthday was July 14th. That morning, my parents showed up with a present for me, and in the back of my dad's truck sat a brand new Honda 3-wheel ATV. I was peeing my pants with glee. Dad rolled it out and took the first drive around the farm. He came close to flipping it once or twice, but he figured that I'd be able to handle it since I was smaller. When my turn came, I took things slow. In no time, I had everything down and was tearing around the back pasture like a pro. The next day, I explored and discovered everything for miles in every direction. That three-wheeler became a part of my body, and there was nothing I couldn't do and nowhere I couldn't go. That weekend, my family had a big post-church lunch. My parents, aunts, uncles, and a few cousins all showed up. After the meal, the adults went off to do adult stuff, and I was left with my two cousins. The older of the two was 12, and his sister was 9. I didn't know either one of them very well, but I hated the sister the second I met her. She thought she knew everything and was so much more grown up than us. When they found out that I had the three-wheeler, the girl demanded that I let her ride it. I reluctantly agreed. I showed her how to work everything and warned her to be careful. She arrogantly proclaimed that she didn't need anyone's help. She gunned it and took off faster than I would have ever dared. Not even a minute went by before she crashed. All we could see was the three-wheeler flipped over on top of her. We waited for her to get up, but she didn't move, and I still remember when my male cousin screamed, "You killed my sister." He started wailing and crying for his parents, and I was terrified that she had broken my three-wheeler. I started crying myself. The adults ran out to see what was wrong. My male cousin pointed at the three-wheeler and described what had happened, and it all hit the fan after that. My aunt and uncle ran over to the wreck and pulled the ATV off. My uncle ran back up to the house and called 911. The ambulance showed up and took her away. I didn't consider that she could be severely injured. In my mind, she was alive, and that was good enough. Dad rolled the three-wheeler into the barn, and we went inside for the night. The next morning, we heard that she had broken her neck and was paralyzed, but the doctors expected her to regain full mobility. In my mind, she got what she asked for. I headed out to the barn, but my grandpa stopped me. My dad told him that the Honda was damaged, that I wouldn't be able to ride it until it was fixed, and I was not happy to hear this. My life had become permanently intertwined with that Honda. I felt lost and unsure of what to do, but I had no choice but to accept this and hope that it would be fixed quickly. A few days went by until a guy showed up in a pickup and took the three-wheeler away. I ran inside to ask Grandpa how long it would take to fix, and he sat me down and told me that my parents sold it because they thought it was too dangerous. I flipped out and threw the kind of fit that only someone my age could. This is on par with shooting my dog, or so I thought. I cried and screamed myself hoarse. You get the idea. This was all the fault of my stupid cousin, and I would never forgive her. I called my parents and tried my hardest to get them to change their mind, but it had already been done. No amount of crying or complaining was going to change that. Eventually, I did stop thinking about it and focused on other stuff. I wouldn't think about it again until 1988 when I heard that they were banned for being too dangerous. This just made my parents more confident that they made the right choice. All it did for me was reopen the sore that I thought had long healed, and I suppose it's still a sore spot if I'm writing about it 38 years later. Just so you won't go away thinking that I'm too petty, I did forgive my cousin. She suffered more than enough for a mistake. Since the accident, she had 3 surgeries and will probably have at least 1 more before she dies. God knows how much pain she deals with on a daily basis. That's about it for me. I hope my tale provided you Gen Y and Z Redditors with a little peek at what life was like for us in the 80s. Although we weren't lucky enough to have all the cool modern things like cell phones and the internet, there were still plenty of awesome inventions around to keep us entertained. If you think we had some crazy stuff when I was young, I suggest you look into the insane things that my parents' generation was allowed to play with. Can you believe the boomers had chemistry sets with several kinds of uranium in them? Maybe that's why they ended up as insane as they are. We'll probably never get the answer on that one. This is a story about my uncle and my dad that they've told countless times at family gatherings, and it still creeps us all out. It was the 80s, and my dad and Uncle Jack have always been avid fishermen. They'd go out deep-sea fishing at least a few times a year in my uncle's boat. He had a 70s 2-cabin cruiser. I've seen pictures, and the thing was huge. My uncle used to live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, where he'd dock his boat. My dad would go up there for a weekend once in a while to go out to sea for a night with my uncle. I've never been into fishing. My dad tried to get me into it, but it's not my thing. I'm also not going to pretend to know much about fishing, but I know the fish you catch will be bigger and more abundant the deeper into the ocean you go. I think they primarily go for striped bass, tuna, and cod. They'd go about 20 miles out to sea and just catch whatever they could fit on the boat. They used to be so obsessed that my uncle's walls in his house to this day are still covered 90% in pictures of him and my dad holding fish. This one time, though, it was a very unexpectedly cloudy night, and it was a new moon. They were currently in the cabin having a beer together, playing cards after supper, when something went wrong with the boat and the lights died. My Uncle Jack had to check the circuit panel, but doing so in the dark with nothing but a crappy flashlight was difficult. Upon checking the circuit panel, my uncle learned that something caused 2 of the fuses to blow, conveniently eliminating almost all the lights on the boat, including the running lights. They didn't really have much of a choice other than to call it a night early and wait till dawn to head back to the shore. But within an hour was around the time they started to hear a humming-type sound coming from around 20 meters in the horizon. They went out onto the deck of the boat. My dad always says it was nearly impossible to tell if his eyes were open or closed. That's how dark it was outside. There was a strange humming sound coming from behind the boat. Both my dad and uncle stepped to the stern of the boat, and they realized the humming sound didn't sound like any kind of fish. They said it sounded like a person groaning, but even with the flashlight, they couldn't see beyond maybe 5 meters in front of them. It was starting to rain, so the 2 of them went inside the cabin. It would have been a horrible idea to try to drive the boat in pitch blackness in the rain, so they went to sleep. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, my uncle woke up my dad and told him to come outside to the deck. Through the thick fog, they could see another boat floating in the near distance. My Uncle Jack drove the boat closer to the vessel and then blew the whistle he had on board to try to get anyone's attention who may have been in the cabin. The boat looked like it could have been abandoned, though, so attaching a rope from one boat to another, my uncle jumped onto the boat. The cabin door was unlocked. He stepped down into the cabin and smelled the disgusting, sickening smell of death. He saw a man hanging by a rope in the cabin. He ran back out and back onto his boat and tried to throw up into the water. My dad says he didn't even dare go down and see the body after his brother told him what he saw. My dad and Uncle Jack marked their current coordinates and contacted the nearest Coast Guard station through the VHF radio. The Coast Guard was there within an hour, and only then did my dad and uncle head back to the shore. They still don't know what the humming sound they heard was. This story really still haunts my uncle the most because he's the one who actually saw the dead body. They definitely together hold the scariest fisherman story I've ever heard. My first big skiing trip ever was with my friends Audrey, Edith, and Louisa, and we all flew to Colorado. We rented an Airbnb in the town of Snowmass, right by Aspen Mountain Ski Resort. I had only been snowboarding one other time in my life at this point, and that consisted of riding down the bunny hill over and over. I was pretty bad. The first thing we did from the airport was Uber straight to the Airbnb. It was a spacious 4-bedroom house with a huge deck and a hot tub overlooking the Colorado countryside. Since it was nighttime already by the time we got there, we went out to some local bar on the first night, which was a Thursday. The next day, we went straight to the mountain via Uber. We got our rental equipment at the mountain to make things easier. It actually wasn't super crowded on the first day, probably because it was a work day. The next day, it got a lot more crowded. For some reason, I just couldn't really get the hang of it. I couldn't make it down a slope without falling at least a few times. At a certain point, I was so fed up that I just sat on the side of a slope to catch my breath and take a break. Meanwhile, a bunch of people zoomed past me, even little kids that made it look easy. Then came this man who seemed like he didn't really know what he was doing either. He came up to me and asked if I was okay and started trying to make conversation with me. It was the weirdest spot to make conversation, so after a few seconds of answering his questions, I got up and said, "Nice talking to you," and resumed trying to snowboard down the mountain. This mountain was a blue run, meaning it was a longer slope to get down and slightly more difficult than a green. I stopped again a little further down the mountain to take another break. I really wasn't having fun. To my dismay, I saw that guy from before approaching me again. He was inching closer to me with the same struggle I had been dealing with. He stopped right next to me, unstrapped from his snowboard, then sat a few feet from me. He started talking to me about how he's not used to so many pretty girls like me being here. This was super weird because I had on a ski mask and helmet. My face was practically covered. He asked who I was here with. I lied and said my boyfriend. He laughed and said he saw me come here with all girls. I looked at him and said, "Ew," really loud, and then got back on my snowboard and continued down the mountain. It's weird, but I snowboarded better than I ever had in that moment, perhaps because I had the proper motivation to just get down the mountain. When I got to the bottom, I immediately went to the lodge and sat at one of the tables, calling each of my friends. Edith was the first one to pick up. I explained what just happened and asked her to just come sit with me. A few minutes later, I saw her walking over to me. I had already texted our group chat, saying we should leave. It was already around 3 o'clock anyway, we'd been there a few hours. When Audrey and Louisa finished whatever run they were on, they met us back at the lodge. We returned our rental gear and then Ubered back to the Airbnb. We all showered and changed, then headed out to the village for dinner. We then went out to a few of the local bars afterward and got decently drunk. When we came back to the Airbnb, we all four went into the hot tub on the deck and drank more alcohol. After a while, we all eventually went to our rooms to go to sleep. I'm basically an insomniac, and I stayed up on my phone for over an hour, scrolling on Instagram. Even as I was still buzzed, I wasn't tired, and this was a very, very good thing that may have saved us. I heard footsteps out in the common area, either the living room or the kitchen. The Airbnb had wood floors throughout. Initially, I thought it was one of the girls going to the bathroom or getting water, but then I heard the doorknob to my door twisting. I sat up and was about to say one of their names, but I stopped myself because why would one of them be trying to come into my room? I instantly went to the group chat to text everyone and ask who that was. Nobody answered, they must have been asleep. I tiptoed to the door and put my ear up against it. I heard footsteps moving around. When it went quiet, I ever so quietly unlocked the door and twisted the doorknob. I pushed the door open as gently as I could and peeked into the living room. I looked from corner to corner until I saw a tall black silhouette walking from one door to the other. It was a man for sure. He was trying to get into one of our rooms. I wanted to scream out to my friends to warn them, but I stayed silent because I was too scared. I closed my door quietly and locked it. I prayed to God everyone had their doors locked. 4 girls in one Airbnb, though, of course, we did. I called 911 quietly and whispered the entire time into the phone. That's when I heard the light knocks on my bedroom door. I turned to the door and watched as the doorknob started to turn, but he couldn't open it. I kept saying, "Please hurry," into the phone. All the woman on the line kept saying back was, "They're almost here," and to remain quiet. It was entirely possible that the man on the other side of the door heard me whispering because he started pushing into the door. I heard shoves and bangs on the door, and I just couldn't help it anymore. I screamed, "Get out of here," followed by, "I'm on the phone with 911 right now." The banging stopped, and a voice on the other side said, "Okay, sweetheart," and then I heard his footsteps walking away. The 911 operator instructed me to stay in the room until police should arrive. I peeked outside the window, but it was simply too dark to see anything beyond a few feet in front of the window. My friends were awake now from my screams. I told them all to stay in their rooms. Police finally got there about 5 to 10 minutes later, and they came right into the Airbnb since the door was unlocked. Once it was confirmed the intruder was gone, we ensured every entry point was locked and secured, and then they left. Sleeping after that was difficult, of course. The idea came up that it was that creepy man from the mountain who was following me, and I do believe that's a possibility. The voice could have been a match, honestly. After working out a partial refund with the Airbnb host, we spent Sunday traveling the area instead of snowboarding again, and we stayed at a small motel Sunday night. We flew home Monday morning. I never shared this story with anyone. I was always too afraid to be judged for it, so it's something I buried deep down until my friend brought it up the other day. We both have daughters now, and we were talking about how we could educate them on being safe when they're teenagers and start experimenting with partying. When my best friend and I were 17 years old, we went to the beach for spring break with a couple of our guy friends. My friend was talking to this guy that she had met through mutual friends, and he wanted us to meet up with him at a house that he and his friends had rented together. Our guy friends had ditched us to meet girls, so we decided to go ahead and go to her friend's house to hang out with them. When we got there, it was still the middle of the day, and we were taken inside and introduced to everyone. It turns out that almost all the guys were on a basketball team at the same university. We all hung out, and they were all drinking, but my friend and I were not. One guy came out with 2 glasses of what appeared to be whiskey and coke. Against my better judgment, I started to sip it, as did my friend. There was one guy who appeared to be not athletic, and he was the only person at the house who was not being friendly toward us. I'll call him Vincent. Suddenly, I started to feel very buzzed. We were laughing and talking, and one guy asked me to put on his jersey. I grabbed it and put it on over my clothes. "No, take your clothes off and put it on," he said in an aggressive tone. I was feeling more tipsy at this point, and I knew something was wrong. Our parents had let us drink with them multiple times, so I knew what it was like to be drunk. I knew how much I could handle before I was drunk, and one drink never made me feel like I was getting wasted. "Hey, quit babysitting that drink. Drink up, weakling," one guy said as they all laughed. Even though I had stopped drinking, I still kept feeling more and more buzzed, especially since our drink barely tasted of any whiskey. My dad always had whiskey at home, and we would drink a couple of whiskey Pepsis on occasion. I would feel relaxed, but this was much different. "We should go. Our friends are waiting for us," I said as I headed to the door, and a couple of guys stood in front of us. "No, no, no, not so fast. You can't leave. Come sit down over here for a little bit," they said as they ushered us back to the couch. This sinking feeling hit my gut, and I just knew that we were on borrowed time. Trying to stay calm, I laughed and said, "I need to pee. Come with me," as I grabbed my friend's hand and we went into the restroom together. We both stood there, and we had already read each other's minds. I put my hands on her head and looked her in the eyes so we could both focus. "We need to leave right now," I said. Our phones both had spotty service, and I'm guessing because there were so many people packed on it. "Take my keys. Tell them you are going to get your purse, and I'll stay here. You go get the guys and come back for me." I knew this plan probably wouldn't work. But my mind was going crazy, and we had to try something. As I opened the bathroom door, Vincent was standing there, and my heart sank. He was rude to us earlier, and he probably heard us talking. "Hey, follow me and be quiet." Something inside me trusted him with everything I had in that moment. We followed him down the hallway to a garage and out to the front driveway. "Hurry up, get out of here now," he said. We ran to the car, and I drove off to our hotel. I remember driving, but I don't remember getting to our condo. The rest of the story is from our guy friends telling us what happened. Apparently, we walked into them, and the guys asked us where we had been because it was already nighttime, and we were supposed to meet up to barbecue some hot dogs. They said we didn't say a word and that we just walked to our room, closed the door, and passed out. We didn't come until the next day, and both of us had excruciating headaches as if we had drunk a whole bottle of cheap vodka by ourselves. Thank you, Vincent. I wish I could thank you. I hope you're out there hearing this, and you remember the brunette and blonde little girls that you saved that day on the island. It was approaching Halloween. We were in the middle of October. My cousin Connor's birthday is October 15th, so for his 12th birthday, we all went over to our Uncle Aiden and Aunt Nava's house, as they were throwing him a family birthday party. We have a pretty big family, and so our family gatherings can often get hectic. It was still warm outside, so the party was mostly in the backyard. Their house is pretty big, and we always used to love playing hide-and-seek type games because of it. Connor and I are the same age. My older brother David is 2 years older than me. He would play with us too. Our other cousins were a little older, but they'd still play with us too. We would just make teams and take turns as hiders and seekers and give each other time limits to find the opposing hiding team. If you were found, you'd have a chance to run outside to the backyard to be safe. If you managed to not get tagged, we could use the whole house minus our aunt's and uncle's bedroom, and I'm not exaggerating when I say there were hundreds of places to hide in the basement. There's a separate room that's considered Aunt Nava's fashion room, as we call it. She's a fashion designer, and inside of it, she has a bunch of mannequins with different pieces of clothing she's designed. Some are full-body mannequins, others are just torsos without heads and regular stands underneath them. She also has some studio lights, some official camera equipment, and a green screen drop. We had been playing the game for a little while already. David and I were hiding now. We both chose to hide in the basement. David hid somewhere in the main section of the basement, while I hid in the fashion room. I actually grabbed 2 blankets from the ottoman in the basement and brought them into the fashion room, one for me to hide under and the other one I was going to throw over one of the mannequins as a decoy. With the blanket thrown over it, it genuinely looked like it could be a person hiding underneath. I thought it would be a funny little gotcha moment whenever someone yanked the sheet off of it. So, I got into my hiding position under a desk in the corner of the room and I hid under the blanket. Now it was a waiting game. That was honestly a big chunk of the game, if your hiding spot was good. After quite a long time, I heard commotion outside in the main room of the basement, as David and one of my cousins were laughing and yelling, presumably as David was being chased around the basement. I heard them then stomping up the stairs. By the sound of it, David was trying to make it to the yard without being tagged. After that, I waited in silence for over 10 minutes easily. I was getting uncomfortable in this position and quite honestly bored. Finally, David came downstairs into the room and called my name, and then he said the food was being served outside, so the game was over. I was starving. I hurriedly rushed upstairs into the backyard where all the catered food was now out and being served. At some point after eating and having a conversation with Aunt Nava, I remembered that I totally left those 2 blankets in her fashion room. Most importantly, that I left one over her mannequin, which she would not be happy about. So, after going to the bathroom, I went back down to the basement and to the fashion room where I turned on the light and saw that the blanket was no longer on that mannequin, but rather covering something else. It appeared to be another mannequin, though this one seemed to be propped in a seated position, which I wasn't aware of any mannequins that were in a seated position. The closer I got, I started to realize that it was moving and I heard breathing. On top of that, there was this funky smell that wasn't there before. There was a person under there, but who? I laughed and said, "Who is that?" They didn't answer. I felt this feeling of uneasiness growing in my stomach. I looked down to see if I could see the shoes they were wearing, but what I saw were the bare feet of a black person. Nobody at this party was black back then. I turned and headed for the door. I rushed back outside and said to my uncle to call the police. "There's someone in the basement." Others overheard me and panic quickly ensued. My uncle and a few others rushed down to the basement. I followed behind. When we got to Aunt Nava's fashion room, the blanket was now on the floor and whoever was underneath it was gone. I swore up and down that someone was just underneath it, explaining the bare feet and the smell. A bunch of family members searched the whole house and ultimately my uncle called the police, taking my claims very seriously. When the police showed up, it was kind of a whole scene, and everyone at the party was concerned. Neighbors even came out to see if everything was okay. Every possible hiding place was checked, and no one was in the house. I didn't make it up, though. It was genuine what I saw, and I just wish he did turn up so that everyone would have seen I was right. Even if mostly everyone did believe me, I still just wanted them to see what I saw for themselves. During parties, They leave the doors unlocked since family circulates in and out for hours. So it's no shocker that someone off the street could have just walked right in, maybe a homeless person, which would account for the smell. The whole thing still just felt so crazy, and it's a haunting memory for sure. The New York City subway system is a scary place. I've been an MTA worker for 7 years, and nothing really surprises me anymore. When friends and family ask if I have any stories, though, there is one that stands out among the rest, one that I can't explain. This happened to me about 2 years into the job, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was pretty acclimated to everything at that point, and things had become routine. I was stationed in Brooklyn at the time, and I was doing some routine maintenance in High Street Station. There wasn't a soul on the platform. It was actually kind of eerie. You're used to these subway stations overflowing with people, so seeing them empty and almost deserted looking was a strange adjustment to make. I hadn't seen a person on the platform in hours, and it was dead silent except for the buzz of the lights and the occasional passing train. Out of nowhere, I heard a clang from somewhere down the track. It startled me so badly that I dropped my mop in shock. The sound wasn't something I was used to hearing. The best way I could describe it to you is that sound that a rock would make if it had been dropped on a metal rail. I stopped what I was doing and looked into the tunnel, listening for other noises. After a while, I concluded that whatever I heard had either been caused by an animal or a falling piece of cement. After all, these stations were pretty old. I went back to work, not thinking too much about the sound. About 10 minutes later, the same sound shook me from my concentration. Only this time, it was probably about twice as loud. This time, I actually became a little concerned, dare I say, scared. Was it really possible that 2 chunks of the ceiling had fallen in the span of 10 minutes? I put down my supplies and walked over to the tunnel entrance, trying to be quiet. I peered into the darkness and couldn't really see anything. I debated whether or not it was a good idea to call out into the tunnel and ultimately decided against it. I still figured it was nothing, but after the initial fear had worn off, I was more confused than anything. I kept trying to think of things that could make a sound like that, not once, but twice. It was especially bizarre since the second sound was louder. I tried to keep my mind off the sounds and went back to work, finding a good rhythm again. I was almost done with my work on this platform and was pleased that I'd get to leave this weird station soon. As I was wrapping things up, I heard something that gave me the chills. A child's voice called out for help from inside the tunnel, and he sounded like he was in distress. I instantly stopped what I was doing and made my way over to the edge of the platform. I hesitated for a few seconds before deciding that a child in anguish wasn't something my moral conscience would allow me to ignore. I walked down the steps leading onto the tracks and waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I shouted into the tunnel, asking the kid if he was okay. No response. That's weird, I thought, starting to feel nervous about this encounter. Just then, the kid's voice rang out again, repeating his call for help. I yelled back, asking him if he could hear me. He responded, yes, and I asked where specifically he was. There was a brief moment of silence before he just said, in front of you. Just keep walking. I really didn't want to, but couldn't just leave some helpless kid all alone on those tracks. It was dangerous. I began walking forward when something dawned on me. I yelled into the darkness one more time, this time asking the kid what was wrong. An uncomfortable pause again before the kid responded, just keep walking. I didn't like that. This whole thing was off. My eyes finally adjusted to the darkness, and I was able to slightly make out what was in front of me. There actually was what looked like the shadow of a kid just up the tracks, but there was something else that almost made me scream in fear, another shadow, this one much taller, obviously an adult. My blood ran cold, and I stopped in place. This wasn't happening to me. As slowly as I could, I turned around and made my way back to the platform. Luckily, I wasn't chased on the way back. The kid shouted, "Wait, where are you going?" once I reached the platform, but I wasn't sticking around another second. I made my way up the stairs and called the police as soon as I got cell service. I told them everything, and police were swarming the platform in a matter of minutes. I waited to see what they turned up. After about 30 minutes of searching, they did find something chilling. There was a single kid shoe just lying in the tunnel, which the police hypothesized could have signified a struggle. After hours more of searching and scouring every available database for missing children, we were told we'd receive a call if anything ever came up. It was concluded that whoever had been down there, though, had hidden somewhere in the tunnels. I have no idea what to think of this experience. This is the best theory I can come up with. Some psycho kidnapped a child and forced him to yell for help in an attempt to lure some unsuspecting good Samaritan into a trap. Or hell, maybe it's their own kid who they're raising to also be a psycho. I can't think of any other reasonable explanation besides this one. But if I'm right, I can only imagine what that kid must be going through. I'm a student in Rome and I live about 2 hours away from it, so whenever I have to go there, I have to go by train. I do have my driver's license, but I prefer the train because I can study on the way there. Plus, in Italy, it's quite common for students to move by train to reach the cities where we study. So, this one day in question, I was waiting at the train station in Roma Tiburtina with my boyfriend for my train to come. This is one of those times where I would get on the train by myself because he had an extra lesson the following day, so he was just keeping me company. We both noticed a weird guy with a bike acting strange, like he was drunk or something, but we didn't pay much attention because the station is often full of drunk homeless people roaming around. Here's why he never lets me go alone to the station, especially at night. So, we sat and waited for my train, and when it finally arrived, I got up, kissed my boyfriend goodbye, and got on the train. I did notice the guy with the bike standing in line behind me to get on the train, but I honestly didn't give it that much thought. After all, lots of people took my same train, and there were often drunk people trying to board without a ticket. When I got on the train, it was packed. No matter how many carriages I passed, I couldn't find a seat, so I just sighed and decided to go sit by the train door. I don't know about other countries, but here in Italy, some trains have a little seat by the door that you can unfold. So, I unfolded one of those and sat there, taking out my history book and starting my long study session. About 5 minutes into my studying, I felt something on my cheek. It was a hand. I raised my gaze from my book, and there he was, the guy with the bike. I immediately jerked his hand away from my face and asked, who are you and what do you want? He simply just stood there smiling, so I asked again, who are you? He then looked me dead in the eyes, still with that creepy grin, and said, I'm no one. I'm just a dude. Wanna have some fun? I didn't even bother answering. I just started picking up my stuff to leave, but then he put his arm right in front of me, blocking my way into the carriage. So, I grabbed his wrist, dug my nails into it, and then jerked it away, freeing my passage to the much more crowded carriage where he couldn't do anything to me. I tried to look for the ticket inspector to get some help, but he just kept following me. One very kind man noticed the creep was following me, so he offered me a seat and told me to stay there while he went to look for the inspector. I sat down and waited. I honestly thought that I was safe, that he wouldn't try to do anything in front of so many people, but I was wrong. He started going back and forth along the corridor of the carriage, and every time he passed me, he would try to touch me. He would caress my shoulder or face or even try to go to my breasts, despite the fact that I kept jerking his hands away. Everybody just watched and said nothing, absolutely nothing, to help me. After a while, the man came back with the ticket inspector and the creep ran away in the opposite direction. The inspector came up to me, and I showed him a picture of the dude that I'd managed to take, telling him that he was following me and touching me. So, the inspector went after the creep and eventually caught him a few carriages forward. He then proceeded to call the police. The police came to the next station, and while waiting, the creep was placed near his bike by the door with the inspector constantly watching him. At the train station, 2 officers had to literally lift him out of the train because he was resisting, saying that we were friends and that I obviously liked his attention. But he got arrested anyway. And the worst part of all this, no one even dared to help me on that train when he was trying to touch me in front of everyone. There was even a woman who said I must have done something to turn him on. So, even though I was just a student minding my own business, just sitting there looking at my books, in her mind, I must have done something to turn him on. Still to this day, I can't believe I was the one being blamed for his creepy behavior. Seriously, what the? Valentine's Day was coming up. My boyfriend and I had planned a cute dinner like most couples do. As we were walking into the restaurant, there's this couple outside weirdly staring at my boyfriend and me. I slightly shoved my boyfriend's arm as we got inside, and he gave out his name to be put on the wait list. The host said it would be a 45-minute wait and she would text us when our table was ready. My boyfriend said, "Let's go to the mini golf across the street." So, we're walking back to his car, and the lady from the couple stood up and held up her hand, introducing herself as Mrs. Mary. I found it really weird and looked at my boyfriend. The lady still had her hand out. I wasn't trying to be rude, so I gave her a shake. The lady went on to explain that she and her husband think we're a great-looking couple, and they're photographers. They think we would make great photos and asked us to follow them to their studio, as she believed the wait time would be long. She went on to say that she had no card on her, but their place was a 7-minute drive away and they could take us there as well. Red flags were going off, and my boyfriend politely declined, letting her know we had things to do. The look she gave was still one of the most haunting looks ever as she smiled and sat down next to her husband. As we got in the car, I told my boyfriend how creepy that interaction was and how the husband didn't even say a word. As we entered the mini-golf place, we were pretty surprised to find it empty. We laughed the situation off, but in reality, I was still creeped out. This place is not really huge. You can see the front door on all the levels. As we were on our 5th round, I heard the entrance bell ring. I turned to look and my heart sank. It was the same lady with her husband. She seemed to look around, and then, as we made eye contact, she gave me the creepiest smile. I let my boyfriend know, and he turned to look. As they were getting their things, I told my boyfriend I was uncomfortable and we should just go wait in a car, as 15 minutes had already passed, so it wouldn't be much longer. He agreed, and we turned around. They were right behind us, giving us the widest smiles. "Crazy how we both came to this spot," said Mrs. Mary. This time, the husband said, "We should face each other, Mary versus Robert." My boyfriend's heart sank in that moment, as his last name is Robert. We politely declined, not wanting to know how they knew that information, and we said we had to go. Both of their smiles faded as we rushed out of there. I told my boyfriend we should just call it a night and go back to his place since it was closer than mine, plus my parents wouldn't be home until Sunday morning. He said we would go after dinner and not let some random weird couple ruin the night for us. We waited about 15 minutes in his car, talking about how weird the situation was. He got a text from the restaurant saying our table was ready. We ate dinner, and he insisted on paying since it's Valentine's Day, as we usually split the bill. He went to the bathroom, and as I was waiting, I thought I saw that lady peeking out from around a corner. I convinced myself it was just in my head. My boyfriend got out and was ready to go. To get to his place, you have to take this long road surrounded by trees. As we started the drive, we noticed a car following behind. I let my boyfriend know, and we headed into a CVS parking lot. I had to use the restroom, and since it was going to be a drive, we both got out and went. When we came out, we didn't see that car that was potentially following us anywhere, so we made our way to his house. You know that road I talked about earlier, being surrounded by trees? Well, while we were driving on it, about 5 to 7 minutes onto this road, we heard a loud pop and my boyfriend stopped his car. His 2 front tires had popped. He put 2 and 2 together and ran to the car and said, "Get out, there's not much more time before they get here." He cut his engine, turned off the lights, and locked the door. I was so scared and confused, not knowing what was going on. I told him we should wait in the car, but he quickly got me and we ran into the woods. He told me to shush. We were hiding behind some trees and bushes. While we hid, he called the cops and quickly explained where we were and what was happening. The operator asked him to stay on the line, saying the cops would be there in a couple of minutes, but he said he couldn't stay on the line and hung up. As we stayed laying down, we heard a car engine coming up. My boyfriend said to lay flat, and he did too. We heard the engine stop and then the familiar voice of Mrs. Mary, if that was even her real name. She yelled, "We took too long." We heard a car door close and then a car quickly sped away. We stayed down until the cops got there, which was about 2 minutes later. We explained the situation and were told we would be contacted if something came up. I called my sister to come pick us up, and he called a tow truck for his car. For years later, nothing has come up, and we never found out what they wanted or who they were. We're now married with a crazy story to tell our kids. It was 2017. I was 17, getting ready for prom, and of course, girls have it harder because instead of the guys who just rent the same tuxedos, girls have to find a nice dress that they're going to keep. And of course, prom dresses aren't cheap if you want a nice one, at least. My parents didn't want to spend over $200 for a prom dress, so my mom suggested I look online for a used one. She'd even help me. We scrolled on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace, which had just become a thing back then and wasn't as popular as it is today. There wasn't really any luck on Facebook Marketplace, so we mainly searched Craigslist. We found a listing for a dress that we both liked. It was a navy blue evening gown, $50. It said it was worn once for prom. The seller lived pretty close too, so I contacted the number listed on the listing, and in under 10 minutes, I got a text back. After expressing my interest and asking a couple of sizing questions, the person offered to come to our house to drop it off to us. But my mom said no to having someone from Craigslist come to our house, so I said we'd come to them. That day, I asked for their name, and they said Jerry. Honestly, I assumed that Jerry was short for Alexandra. My mom offered to come with me. I felt more comfortable if she'd drive me. When we got to the address, it was a townhouse in a congested area of town. The townhouse was on a dead end. My mom asked if I wanted her to come in with me, and honestly, I don't know why, but I thought it would be embarrassing to go in with my mom. I asked her to just wait in the car unless I text her. I texted Jerry and then went to ring the doorbell. I noticed all the blinds on the windows were closed, which was strange. It was the middle of the day. The door opened, and instead of some young girl around my age opening the door, it was an actual grown man, like 50 years old. He smiled and asked if I was here for the dress. I said, "Yeah, are you Jerry?" And he said, "Yeah." He said I looked just like his daughter and then said, "Come inside." I looked back at my mom's car and then went inside the house. He said I should be a perfect fit for the dress. He said he'd go get it, then disappeared into another room. The living room was dark and kind of messy. I took out my phone and texted my mom to come to the front door. Then the man called out from a room for me to come inside and try the dress on in front of a mirror. I asked him if he could bring the dress out to the living room. He said there's no mirror in the living room, and I replied that I'd just like to see the dress first. He left the room and entered the living room empty-handed and said the dress is on the bed in the bedroom if I want to go look at it. I once again asked him to please just bring it out here. Then a knock at the front door. Jerry said, "Who is that?" And I opened the door to my mom stepping inside. She smiled and said hello to the man, and he took a couple of seconds to say hello back, but without a smile. Now I walked to the doorway of the bedroom. And as I did, he made a noise as if to say, "Don't go in there." I looked into the dark bedroom, and there was no dress on the bed. My mom was in the middle of asking a question when I interrupted and said, "There's no dress." There was a painfully uncomfortable and tense silence, and then the man said, "I'd like you to leave now." My mom and I, without hesitation, left to the car. By the time we were in the car, the front door was already closed, and I saw the man peering through the blinds. We were both in shock. If my mom hadn't come in, I don't know what would have happened. I reported the Craigslist ad. We didn't call the police, though, because there was really no proof of anything, and technically nothing happened, but there was no blue dress in that room. He was just trying to get me into that room, and when my mom came in, he couldn't exactly do that anymore. Thank God I listened to my mom and didn't give him our address. I ended up getting a used dress shipped to me. That prom night. I told everyone this story, and it's still kind of haunting even today. Weddings are stressful. Too stressful. I just wanted to elope, but my wife refused. She wanted a huge, all-out, super expensive wedding, and even though I could afford it, that was literally my nightmare. I guess she and I were the opposite of each other, but the term opposites attract really did apply in this situation. I had never loved anyone the way I loved her. Anyways, I agreed to the extravagant big wedding on one condition: I got to pick the food. She didn't like that at all, but I stood my ground and told her that it was the only way that she would get what she wanted. Eventually, she agreed, and that started the journey of trying to find the perfect food for the big day. I knew that it had to be something to cheer me up, given the whole day was going to be the opposite of how I'd hoped. I went to multiple restaurants that served all different types of food, but choosing was proving to be a lot harder than I had planned. About a week before the wedding, my soon-to-be wife, Ella, asked me what I had ended up choosing for the wedding. My heart sunk, and I could feel my face getting red when I realized that I had completely forgotten to make a decision at all. I couldn't even look at her when she asked me a second time after I failed to respond to her. I knew she knew, though. After her fourth time asking, my fourth time not saying anything, she lightly slapped my shoulder and, with a voice that could stop traffic, said, "You didn't make a decision and reserve a caterer, did you?" I was so embarrassed, but I also wasn't about to prove her right. I was stubborn, and her need to be right all the time was almost as important as my need to prove her wrong whenever I could when it came to little stuff like this. I looked her in the eyes and as calmly as I could informed her that I had decided that we'd be eating Thai food on the night of our wedding. She seemed unsure about my answer, but that seemed good enough to get her off my back for the time being. She made it clear that she wasn't too pleased about my choice in food, but she didn't think that I would come through at all, so she was just happy that I chose something. That night, I told her that I'd be joining her in bed a little late because I had some stuff to attend to. In reality, that whole night was spent searching for a last-minute Thai caterer that hopefully I could call in the morning and book for the wedding. When morning came, I called 5 different Thai restaurants and asked if they could do it. They all said no, but the last one gave me the phone number to his aunt and said that she made great Thai food, and he was 90% certain that she could prepare enough food for the wedding with her family's help. I was skeptical at first, but I had no other options. There was no way I was going to tell Ella what was actually going on, so I called her. She told me she could do it, but it would cost around $10,000 for the short notice and the amount of food that she'd be making. It was a large wedding, and she told me that she'd have to get her brothers, sisters, and children on board with cooking to be able to finish it in time. After we hung up, I was actually pretty optimistic. The big day came, and I can't lie and say that I wasn't dreading it. I knew Ella would love it, but I also knew that I would hate it. But I was willing to do anything for her, even put up with the wedding and reception that were the opposite of what I would have wanted. The Thai food was dropped off at the reception venue early in the morning, and the wait staff was instructed on how to go about serving and reheating it. When I went to check on how everything worked out, it looked amazing. My wife even commented on how proud of me she was for coming through with what I had promised. It was time to eat, and everyone really enjoyed the food. It was worth the huge expense, and I felt pretty good about myself at that moment. But that feeling wouldn't last. After around 6 hours since the food had been served and toward the end of the reception, my wife came to me complaining of an upset stomach and told me that if I needed her, she'd be in the restroom. I figured it was a coincidence that my sister had come to me complaining of the same thing too, but I brushed it off. I could only brush it off for so long, though, until my own stomach began to hurt. I started to sweat, I became nauseous, and was desperate to find the bathroom. When I found it, I realized other people were having the same problem too. The line for the bathroom was at least 30 people long, and it just kept getting longer by the second. Even the porta potties outside had lines. That's when it began. I watched in horror as almost everyone who was attending the reception began to projectile vomit in every direction. These people were so sick and weren't even trying to aim away from each other. There were literally hundreds of us filling this venue, throwing up in every direction. It was covering the floors, the walls, the tables. The large room filled with the stench of the insides of people's stomachs. It was so bad, I remember my eyes began to water and my nose was even burning. I felt myself needing to throw up as well, and before I knew it, I was adding to the pool of sludge under my feet. It was like a scene from a terrible horror movie, and for a second, I thought maybe I was having a nightmare. At some point, someone ended up calling an ambulance, and most people that had become sick elected to be taken to the hospital. I knew what had happened though. I immediately knew it was food poisoning, and I didn't need a doctor to tell me that buying food from a random Thai lady who cooks in her own home maybe wasn't a good idea. I had unintentionally poisoned all these people. I couldn't help but feel bad as all these sick people were carted off to the hospital. Most ended up actually testing positive for E. coli. Some spent a good amount of time in the hospital and some went home that same day, but the outbreak was so big that I had to fess up. I told the police exactly what had happened. Unfortunately, some of the wedding guests most affected by the food poisoning did opt to sue. Myself, my wife, and the woman who cooked the food were held responsible for what had happened that night and were ordered to pay a large amount of money, which I won't disclose here, to the large list of guests that joined the lawsuit against us. The woman who cooked for us and her whole family were found to be illegal immigrants and were subsequently deported after their immigration status became known. My wife wouldn't even look at me for almost a week and wouldn't sleep in the same bed as me for almost a year. For a while there, I thought that she was going to divorce me for what I did. It's been around 6 years now and I learned my lesson. I feel extreme guilt every day for what had happened. I really should have just let my wife make the decisions. Being stubborn really doesn't pay off. I never thought that I'd get married. I just never was the marriage type. I never really was the relationship type either. In high school, my mom always begged me to get a girlfriend because she didn't want me to end up alone, but I honestly didn't care if I did. It's not like I was a loner either, I just didn't like the thought of tying myself to one person for the rest of my life. But that wasn't until I met Linda. She was everything I didn't even know I wanted. The minute I met her, I knew that she was different. We were only 18 when we moved in together and 20 when we got engaged. She made me feel whole, which just made losing her even harder. Linda decided that she was going to plan our wedding herself, and she was absolutely positive that she was going to get married on the little lake cruise boat that serviced our area. It was common to rent the cruise for weddings, and it actually ended up being cheaper than a traditional venue, so I was totally on board. This just meant that we'd have to get married in the summer, and I was mostly worried about people on speedboats and jet skis ruining our day with the roar of their engines. But Linda insisted this was what she wanted and said that some noise here and there would not ruin the day for her. So, it was settled. We would have the actual wedding ceremony on the boat, and the reception would be held at her parents' house after. Linda was so excited it was all she talked about for months. It was the first thing she mentioned when she woke up and the last thing she talked about before going to sleep. When the day came where she picked out her dress, she went on and on about how perfect it was and how pretty it would be when the sunlight hit the rhinestones and beads. I had no idea what the dress actually looked like, but hearing her talk about how much she loved it had to mean that it was beautiful. Although she could have been wearing a white trash bag, she still would have been the most beautiful woman in the world to me. It was July. The sun was blazing, and the air was dry as we made our way onto the docks. Her father was carrying her dress because apparently it was too heavy for Linda or her mother to hold. When we got on board, the captain waited until we were dressed and ready to leave. Once we were given the go-ahead, we were out in the water. The boat was big enough to have seating for about 20 people, and even though it was hot, nothing could have beaten the view of actually being out in the water. I stood at the front of the boat as the music began to play. I saw Linda begin to walk toward me, and wow, she looked amazing, just incredible. At that moment, I was truly the happiest man in the world. Nothing could have prepared me for what would happen only seconds later. To my left, I heard the roaring of a boat engine and quickly thought to myself how annoying that was in this perfect moment. But I was so busy focusing on my soon-to-be wife that I didn't even think to look over at what the sound was coming from. I started to notice the sound got louder and louder until finally, I looked over, but there was nothing I could have done when I saw what was about to happen. A large speedboat was very quickly making its way right for the boat we were on. People started screaming and trying to jump out of the way, and the last thing I saw was a look of terror on Linda's face as the boat plowed into ours and almost into her. I was immediately shoved out of the boat and into the water before I could even blink. When I managed to come to and swim to the surface, all I heard were people screaming. The first thought I had was this desperation to find Linda, but the boat we were on was sinking fast. I was at least 20 feet away, and I swam so hard that I thought I was going to pass out. Smoke had gathered where the crash had occurred, and there were people hanging on to whatever they could to stay afloat. I found Linda's father and asked where she was, but he didn't know. They said that she was right next to him and then she wasn't. I asked everyone, but it was hard to get answers out of people who were severely injured. They were more focused on keeping themselves alive than looking for Linda, and it was absolute chaos. I was mad at the moment, but looking back, I thought it would be easy to locate her since her dress was so shiny. But out of the 25 people who got on that boat, almost 10 people were already missing, and I began to fear the worst. That dress was so heavy that it could have easily dragged her down. The lake was deep, and when I swam underwater, I couldn't see anything. Other boats started to arrive at the scene, and the people on them began helping us out of the water. After a count of how many people were rescued, 3 people were still unaccounted for: Linda, her mother, and the photographer. The police had already been called, and they almost immediately called in a dive team to look for the remaining passengers that were still missing. Only I knew what this meant. They were looking for bodies, and it didn't take them long to find Linda. They told me her dress got caught in the wreckage, and she was pulled down with it and eventually drowned. Her mother was surprisingly found later that day, floating a little way from the crash site, almost totally unharmed but completely exhausted. The photographer's body was also found in the wreckage as she had been caught between the boats upon impact. They said that she was killed immediately. We held a funeral for her, and even going and seeing pictures of her was almost too much to handle. All I kept wishing was that it was some sick nightmare and that I'd wake up and she'd be right there next to me. But it wasn't a nightmare, it was the new reality I had to live with. I was sad, horrified, completely crushed, and these are all words that don't even begin to come close to how I felt or even how I continue to feel. My life ended that day, along with Linda. She was my everything, and within seconds, she was taken away from me. It's been 7 years now, and everyone keeps telling me to put myself back out there, to maybe date again. But I know that there would be no point. She was the love of my life, my soulmate, and it would be unfair to any other woman I was with because I know in my heart that they would be nothing compared to Linda. I miss her every single day, and it still hasn't gotten easier. In the beginning, people told me that with time I would learn to move on, but it still hasn't happened. I'm just hoping someday I can learn to feel even somewhat normal again. But I suppose my mom was right. I will die alone, only now it'll be my choice. I live in a safe town, the kind of town where you can leave your car doors unlocked. Hell, you can usually get away with leaving the doors to your house unlocked. The crime rate is very low, and I live on a dead-end block. I had just gotten home from work around 7 p.m. after a 10-hour shift and was preparing a late dinner when the phone rang. The second I picked up, I heard the sound of the person on the other end hanging up. I don't know if this has any correlation with what's to come, but if it does, that's even more horrifying. On nights when I get home late, especially after 10-hour shifts, usually I'll just cook, eat, clean up, take a shower, then lay in bed watching TV for an hour before going to sleep. This was one of those nights. I was physically and mentally exhausted, which led me to making what I learned that night was a serious mistake. I was laying in bed watching One Piece for my 3rd run. Sometimes I'll drift off to sleep with the TV still on when I'm just completely beat, and that's exactly what happened this night. I woke up to the TV still playing the One Piece. I had slept through 2 episodes. I felt around the bed for the remote and turned it off. In the now freshly silent room, I was able to hear little creaks in the wood under the carpet. I felt adrenaline kick in as I looked across the dark room. I felt I could vaguely see the shape of a very wide figure. As I aimed the remote at the TV to turn it back on to light up the room, before the TV was even on, I started choking on my own spit as I tried to say, "Please leave." The TV came back on, and the room lit up a tint of blue, revealing this woman in a wedding dress looking at me with the veil covering her face. I tried to scream at first, but nothing came out of my mouth because I was just in pure shock. I sat up, pressed against the headboard of my bed, frozen. That's the best way I can describe what I was doing in that moment. The woman in the dress, whose face I could barely see, walked over to the bed whispering, "Where is my groom?" over and over, but each time she said it, she got louder. Her whisper quickly turned to a yell, and she grabbed the edge of my mattress and started shaking it. I screamed back at her to leave me alone. Then I got off the bed, pushed her, and ran to the bathroom across the hall and locked the door. She followed me, trying to open the door, banging on it and repeating the words, "Where's my groom?" I yelled at her, "I'm calling the cops," and luckily I had my cell phone on me. The woman was crying now on the other side of the door, still knocking and banging. The last thing I heard her say was, "I have to get to my wedding." I heard her stomp down my stairs, screaming and crying. Then I heard the front door slam shut. I was on the phone with 911, and I explained what just happened. I checked the living room, and she was gone. I stepped outside to see if I could see which way she ran, but she was out of sight. A police officer showed up shortly, and I described her as some larger woman in a white wedding dress and veil, how she was screaming, "Where's my groom?" and "I have to get to my wedding." I couldn't help with the direction she ran to. It was either down the only direction the street goes or the woods to the right. Because of my exhaustion after my 10-hour shift, I had forgotten to simply lock my door, something I honestly never even thought was a problem in my neighborhood. But this just goes to show that even in the best of neighborhoods, you're not always safe from crazy people out there. I think this woman was off her rocker and belonged in a mental asylum, and I hope police or somebody found her roaming the streets that night and brought her somewhere to get her help.